will be audio and video recorded. I'll begin by asking the clerk to please call the roll of the school committee.
Mayor Shara.
Present.
Member Robbins.
Here.
Member Gazy. I think I made you co-host.
Oh, I think so. Yeah, can you unmute, Member Gazy?
Yes, I can. I'm here.
Excellent.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, can you make me co-host? Do I have?
Oh, apologies, Annie.
Oh, that's okay. Member Seraphy Cox. I think Member Seraphy Cox. I see her, but she's muted, so maybe I'll come back to her. Member Stein, there you are.
I'm present.
Member Stein? Can you not unmute?
Oh, there, okay, there you go.
Member Levy?
I'm present. Did you hear Member Stein say present as well?
I did. Well, I see him right there, so I'm sure he said it. Member Miller?
Here, present.
Member Goldman?
Present.
Member Agna?
Present.
And Member Davis?
Present.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. So first up on the agenda, we are going to start with an overview of the work of the preliminary screening committee. But before I hand it over to Vice Chair Agna, I just want to sincerely thank members Agna and Levy and Annie for all of the work and time that you've devoted to this in the last couple of weeks. It's been many, many hours, but it has been an absolute pleasure to work with you on this. So thank you so much for all that time and work. Member Agna, would you like to give an overview to the committee?
Sure. And I would like to thank my colleagues on that ad hoc committee as well, and Annie, for really taking this very seriously and doing all that we should have done in order to come to you with our 3 finalists tonight. We had 11 applications, which was we were happy. The deadline was June 27th. We did a screening of their qualifications according to the posting that we worked on, and 7 of the 11 met the minimum qualifications. So we then screened for some of the other elements of our posting that we thought were important, and we found 5 candidates who we decided we wanted to interview. And so we interviewed the 5, and it was a very good process, I would say. We did our due diligence in that, and I hope that you are happy with the results that we are bringing to you tonight, the 3 finalists. And we have them scheduled for interviews, and this will be done in public, and we're very excited to proceed with this. And that's sort of the overview at this point, and we will proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. So our first interview is scheduled for 6:45. We wanted to leave enough time in case there were any questions from the committee or anything you wanted to discuss about the process before we began the interviews. Member Gazy.
Where are the interview questions? I haven't seen them.
They are in your folder.
It's the most recent folder that Annie sent.
Member Gazy, you're muted. They're all in there now. So if you check it out on the G Drive, you'll see
Lovely.
them.
Thank you.
And while I have a moment, I just want to thank Member Levy for putting together the process for this, for getting this done. Without the way that she organized things very professionally, we never would have been able to get here this quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for those of you who sent in questions for this evening. Okay, any other questions or comments? Member Levy.
So one of the things we did was we took all the questions. Oh, it was here. have fun. We took all the questions that you all sent, and there were some redundancies, and so we did a little combining and took out the ones that were redundant. Got some feedback that feels like there might still be some redundancy. It felt to me like these questions have a different enough slant that they are appropriate, but if anybody wants to suggest alternatives, this seems like the time to do it.
Do you want us to review them real quickly, or?
I hoped that you would have already, but yeah.
I read through it, but I wasn't looking with that in mind. Sorry.
No, I mean, if it didn't strike you, then I think it's okay, but.
Member Seraphy Cox and then Member Davis.
Well, for one thing, I just wanted to make sure that Annie marked me as present because I am here. I just was not able to mute before. Unmute. And then before, when we have done interviews, we have kind of like volunteered to do certain questions. And I'm wondering, I see, members' names next to them, which I assume is the members who sent in the question. So if the people who sent them in just want to ask them, then that's fine. But I also wondered if we wanted to divide up the questions any differently.
Member Levy, do you want to respond to that?
Sure. So there were some members who sent in multiple questions. So we made sure that each member who sent in questions is asking one of their questions. And then we thought it would be nice to have each member of the committee ask a question. So since there are 10 questions and 10 members, it worked out very nicely. So what we did was we assigned the rest of the members to other questions. But if you are assigned to a question that you don't want to ask and you want to trade with somebody, we could do a little trade.
No, I see that now. I'm so sorry. I just, I see that now each person has a question. So that is precisely what I was looking for. So it's perfect. Thank you. Sorry for that.
Member Davis, I saw your hand, yes?
Yes, an actual hand, not a picture hand. The only one that it's in that category of is it redundant or not? Member Gazy's question is similar-ish to mine regarding approach to helping the community with equilibrium or righting the ship, or however you want to put it. I'm happy to go ahead and ask it, but that was the only one that I saw that had some overlappy tone to it. So I didn't know if Member Gazy had an opinion about that as well, or.
Well, so that was the one that I thought there might be some redundancy, but it seemed like one question was sort of like, how do you simply help us find equilibrium? Like, how do you help us through tumultuous years? And then the other one was specifically about how do you engage various constituents or groups of constituents sorry, I was going to get my head around being in a meeting right now, in expressing their experiences and concerns, and is specifically about healing. So we could combine them, but they seemed different enough to me. But if folks want to combine, we can.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to kind of answer that question of those are the two that I saw, but I see what you're saying totally.
Member sends hands down. Member Goldman.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a couple questions. One is after a member reads a question, will there be any follow-up questions or discussion?
Go ahead, Member Levy, were you going to respond to that?
Happy to respond to that.
Yeah.
I think it's sometimes appropriate to ask follow-up questions. One of the things we want to do is aim for consistency. And that really means consistency in the information we're getting. So if one candidate answers a question with like this amount of information and one candidate answers with this amount, it is appropriate to ask follow-up questions if you'd like to. So I think folks should feel free to, as long as other people agree.
All right, and my next question is, are the candidates expected to participate only during their, or to only be in the meeting during their segment? Or will they be in the meeting? Will they be welcome to the meeting? I mean, I know this is live, so they can watch it just the same, but there was a little awkwardness when we did interviews before. And so I just wanted to see if that had been communicated with the candidates or if there was a standard you had in mind.
Since it's a public meeting, they're welcome to be in this meeting at any time. And, you know, they all work in the education field. And so I think that they are sort of used to this process, I would say. But yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome to join. You're welcome.
I have one more question.
Yeah.
Dina, did you want to reply to
that? Yeah, it does seem, it is an open meeting. What I recall doing in the past was we asked the candidates to stay in the waiting room while other candidates were being interviewed, only because it can give a candidate an unfair advantage to be able to hear the questions and hear one candidate's response. Gives the first candidate a disadvantage, basically, otherwise. But that then they're free to be here while we deliberate, which is the kind of awkward part, but so it goes. I don't know if Mayor, you disagree with that.
That was fine with Layla, or that was sort of checked in the past?
I don't know, we did it, so I assume it was fine, but you know what they say about assuming, so I don't know.
My last question is, have the candidates seen the questions? They have not.
No.
Okay,
they have not.
and then, okay, thank you, that's all I have.
You're welcome. Member Stein.
These are all great questions. It's been super helpful to hear the responses. And I just wanted to say how impressed I am at the work that the committee did, and express my gratitude to Member Levy for making this happen so quickly and providing so much expertise in terms of this type of process. I'm really grateful for it, and I was really happy with how our posting came out for the job, and really thrilled to see that we had 11 applicants and that you had so many folks that met those qualifications or description of the job to choose from. So on a very short notice, I think it's pretty remarkable. So thank you all.
Thank you for that.
Thanks. And I also, there is a whole subcommittee, not just me. So one gratitude to all.
Thank you, everyone. So we're at 6:46 actually. So, and I see that our first candidate is here, which is Janelle Pearson Campbell, who just turned on her camera. Welcome. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna ask you to unmute. And hello, welcome. We're so happy you could join us.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. This, you are with members of the public, but also, of course, the Northampton School Committee. So thank you for being with us. And we have quite a bit to cover tonight. So if you don't mind, once again, we're going to kind of jump right in.
Okay.
And start with our questions for you. So before we begin with actual questions, I just want to give you an opportunity to make an opening statement and help us understand more about the experiences that inform your pursuit of this position with us. We've read your resume, so this doesn't need to be a repetition or a recitation of that, but we'd like to know what interests you in this position, why Northampton, and why now? Thank you.
Okay. So good evening, everyone. My name is Janelle Pearson Campbell, and I just want to say that I am a third generation Black American educator, and my journey here has been a long one, but it's also prepared me for this opportunity. And I always say, why now? It's because I can bring people together on behalf of the students. I always say I'm not the only expert in the room, but bring people in on behalf of them. Well, on my journey here, I started my journey as a pharmacy major, and then I entered into education 22 years ago. And at the same time, I started grad school. My focus was on educational leadership. Because I had kids in the 8th grade who didn't know how to read. And I also had to support families who are first generation educated students, and at the same time, families. And so my skill set that I bring to the table is someone who listens, but also who has a technical background to move forward. When I look at Northampton's website and all the reviews, it's like looking at high expectations, but also understanding how does the budget work to support our learners at the same time as we move forward. And so my skill set has been focusing on STEM, but also focusing on literacies to improve kids for college and career readiness. And so I see Northampton as a place that I can continue to work along with community because I see that throughout the readings that I've prepared for this interview. And so thank you for, it's like an online dating site, but my resume has shown that I have worked along the way to prepare me for this opportunity, from being a classroom teacher, which I call pledging teaching. And I also worked on as being a principal, assistant director of special education, and now assistant superintendent of teaching and learning, and preparing for this role here now, because it prepares you for a place where you prepare for college and career readiness for all students. And that's been my philosophy.
Thank you for that. Next, I will introduce Member Robbins with the next question.
Welcome, Ms. Pearson Campbell. We're so happy to have you here. Thank you. It feels like we're saying making the journey. You've zoomed in, and we're very happy to see you. We do have a list of 10 questions, and mine is the first. And I know it's difficult to hear a question, and please take your time to think about your answer. That's fine. We're not in a rush. Considering that this is a short-term assignment, so we are going to be looking for a long-term, hopefully permanent superintendent. It's a challenge. So we're actually curious about what actions you would prioritize or skills you might bring to help us bridge where we are. And I'm not sure if you're aware, but we have a number of recent district vacancies as well in the central office, as well as in the teaching staff. And in administrative, possibly administrative staff, to where we need to be. So what would help, what skills would you prioritize? What would you prioritize to where we need to be in order to create district stability? And what's really important to us is a positive district climate that can lead us back to focusing on teaching, learning, and engaging all learners. Thank you.
I think most importantly, right, is attracting candidates to come to work for Northampton. And since you have openings, so the most important thing is having a qualified teacher, qualified administrator, first day in September or in August. In addition to that, looking at your data analysis, because you really want to look at academic achievement, preparing kids for college and career as soon as September opens up. In addition, working with building principals to ensure that the buildings are prepared so when students come into the building, that they see a clean, warm, welcoming environment. I always believe in what I call it preparing everyone, building everyone together to have a positive culture, and having conversations through administrators, classroom teachers, community members, via Zoom if we have to, because it's a short amount of time, so that you can build that culture of positiveness. Because right now, in the world of teaching, we want to make sure that everyone feels supported. One thing I like about is your school website, that when you open up the website, it shows that you value your teachers. On the bottom on the left-hand side, it shows all the interactions teachers have had opportunities in the district, but it also shows the things that you value as a system. My last piece I would add after looking at your website is a human resource page, so that people in the community can see the various jobs opportunities. Because I did a search today to look at the community to see what job opportunities. That should be one of the buttons on the left-hand side to say, hey, Northampton is hiring, come to us. And these are the opportunities that you have since we're 21st century, because that lets the community know that we are hiring. In addition to that, putting a posting on School Springs Indeed out there to say we are hiring and looking for candidates to come grow with us. Although it's a short-term time, I always believe about recruiting people to the district, and teachers know great teachers to come to the district on behalf. So those are my main things. Is number one, working with building principals, so have advertising for the teachers that they need. Number two, looking at the website so that we can recruit people for the district. Number three, having a welcoming environment, which means having Zoom meetings, also being visible throughout the district so people can see me. I know it's for a year, but I'm always a warm, welcoming smile. They say, how are you? How are you? Even though I might know people's family, I always ask, how are you? And then they end up saying, I'm doing okay or whatever. But to build that culture of high excellence. But most importantly, your website is the entering to Northampton. And if you look at your Northampton page, you really have to put in, we are hiring. If you have to do one of those mobile sites that says, we are hiring, please contact, here's the email address right there. That would be one of the things that I would add to it. That's what I've seen from doing my research.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, I'll introduce Member Miller.
Hi, I'm Margaret Miller, and what I would like to know is how would you ensure that there are open lines of communication among the staff, the students, community members, and the school committee?
One of the most important things is having a listening tour to find out what are the strengths and the weaknesses of communication. So visiting each building to find out what the strengths of the communication, what we need from the central office, but to ensure it also too, you can hear, this is what I read, or this is what I communicate, and have conversations with individuals in the community to hear their feedback. Because teachers, community members like to talk to one another and have a monthly meeting with people, to have a place where they can come in and share their ideas to make sure that being communicated throughout the district.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Member Davis.
Hi, I'm Aileen Davis.
Hi.
And my question is, what strategy or approach would you use to lead Northampton as we seek to find equilibrium and move forward after a tumultuous couple of years?
Well, one of the most important things, I think my strength is looking at data, and data from your Edwin analysis, which is the MCAS results, but also talking to individuals in the town, which is part of my 90-day plan, so I can hear from the various constituents, and having weekly meeting times so I can hear the strengths and the weaknesses. Secondly, looking online for a strategic plan, school improvement plan, which I've read, just to ensure that that is moving forward on behalf of students. The Department of Ed put this document called the Acceleration Roadmap, which talks about data, progress monitoring, working with the community. And I did when I read through the school improvement plan, I've seen that being implemented throughout the district, but to continue on with that message and that to ensure that piece. And a lot of the places you have online already. So you have your atlas that talks about curriculum implementation. You have your Lexia that talks about the reading. You also have a chief technology person who has a data dashboard. So working with those constituents to ensure that we are moving forward.
Thank you. And next is, it's Member Seraphy Cox, although there is some concern that she got booted out of the meeting and is having trouble getting back in. Oh wait, here she is. Hold on.
I think she needs to be made a co-host again.
Got it. I found
That's
her.
what it is. Okay, thank you.
Seraphy
Yep.
Cox.
I'm
There you
good
are.
now. Yep, thank you so much. And thank you so much for being here. My question is, how do you see your role in working inclusively with school committee members, chairs, and in helping to develop the school committee agenda in the agenda setting process?
My role is to be the chief educational leader, but also listen to the school committee members from the different, because they come from different wards, so they can hear about what the constituents are needing into the district. But also the Department of Ed has different initiatives that the school committee also need to be informed about, so that this is a collaborative effort. And in addition to that, what I've heard from the questions that I've heard before, it's about how the budget, each time we meet, review what's going on in the budget so the school committee understands the needs In addition, if there are any hiring capabilities that needs to be put into place, but also what's going on in the schools, so they can hear what's going on in the schools on behalf of their constituents, so that it can be that part. In addition, any policies that the school committee could be working on, that could be part of the agenda too. So looking at the budget, because people want to hear about what's the numbers going on in the district, what's going on in the classrooms, any policies or anything that's going on in the schools that needs to be discussed during the school committee. And then my last piece is also, I have an open door policy and a cell phone and being out in the community that I can be reached at any time. I'm not 24 hours a day, but that people can reach out to me and say, Janelle, I have a concern. My gift is to listen, because everyone has maybe have a different viewpoint, but that's how I would build the agenda. And I know when I looked on the site, you have a lot of the school committee agenda documents are listed at the school committee. I don't know if one day you transfer to an online site, so all your documents are there, so school committee can sit at their desk and then review any documents beforehand that is there. That's part of one of my process that I've done before.
Thank you. Next is Member Gazy.
Am I on? Yes.
Yeah.
I think so. So, hello, Janelle. I'm Holly Gazy. We've already talked about how Northampton, well, not specifically about the Northampton High School Committee, has had a difficult year. So, as interim superintendents, what steps would you take to engage caregivers, students, faculty, and staff about their experience and concerns? How would you approach healing that community?
I think one of the most important steps is having small meetings during the summer and beginning of the school year, so that we can hear from each building, each group, from the parents, teachers, administrators, because to me you want people to know that there's a place that they can debrief before they begin the school year, because you want them to focus on having the best school year. In addition, if we have to hire outside experts to really lead the conversations with them, so that they know that their voice is being heard. The third step is also having a small community, a committee, so that we can learn from the experiences this year and last year, and how do you move forward, and having a plan from check-in. To me, that's one of the most important things. Mm-hmm. Student voices is probably one of the most important pieces, and working with the student, either your honors club or your building principals, where there is school adjustment counselors, so that they have time to debrief and how do you move forward, and it's healing. And one of the things that if kids understand that there's someone that's going to listen, and to me, that their voice matters.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Next is Member Stein.
Hi, thank you so much for being with us tonight. My question is, please describe your management style and philosophy. Additionally, how will you supervise senior staff and document interventions or ways of helping staff with areas of improvement?
My management, I always believe you teach, then you expect. And the reason for that, because we're bringing people together, understanding the rubric and understanding what they have brought to the table. Because once people understand that you're here to listen, but also to develop them as future administrators and central office people. In addition, sitting down with each one, having a set time for the year, so that they know that this is our set time, either 30 minutes or 20 minutes time, so that we can debrief, so their strengths and weaknesses and develop. In addition, what I have always done is I do write-ups, but then I also put in individual professional development. So for example, it could be someone on data management. So there'll be a link in their write-ups about data management, and then we'll come back and then we'll review over that. To me, that's one of the most important, because you really want to develop people so that it has an impact back into whoever they're supervising, and also at the end, academic achievement. I also believe in developing people. So for example, asking people like, where do you see yourself in 5 years? What have you completed your doctorate program? What type of licensure do you need to have? Because that's the reason why I'm in front of you. It's because someone mentored me so that I can be a superintendent, an interim superintendent candidate, because that to me is very important. And one thing that I'm proud about is that I'm visible, and that when I come around, we have those conversations, but then when we have our set meeting time, we can continue on that conversation that we've had before. And having my cell phone, being approachable, and that's one of the things that my management style, because you really want to develop people, and you want people to be in the community long term.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Member Levy's question.
Janelle, nice to see you again. So in our first round of interviews, we discussed our district's commitment to bringing an anti-bias, anti-racist lens to both the curriculum as well as to the district leadership. And you shared how you'd support those efforts. Can you please share with the larger community your experiences bringing a focus to diversity, equity, and inclusion to your role as a district leader, and how you work to ensure decisions are informed by not just the loudest voices, but also by historically marginalized voices?
I always like to tell my story. I am a third generation Southern Black educator. And so one of the things I begin is share my story of becoming an educator. In addition, bringing Teachers 21 or outside consultants so that we have someone to work to support us on curriculum. In addition, working alongside with building administrators and central office staff and administrators to hear what has been done. From what I've reviewed, you've already started professional development on anti-racism and anti-bias, but there's also the Department of Ed will be sending out a guidebook next year for all districts to support diversity and also to looking at curriculum. And so these are things that you currently have in the district that supports anti-racism and anti-bias. When you look at your Edwin analysis, looking at your subgroups, you also look at your atlas and look at that curriculum review. There's also supports out there for teachers from Leslie College and from other avenues. And so one of the things that I have done as a central office is brought in Teachers 21, and where people begin to think about how does race, anti-bias relate to them, but also how does you ensure that all students prepare for college and career readiness so that you move on at the same time. So that has been my experience. And my greatest gift, I always say, is have people to really start looking at your data. So when they look at data from number of students in the AP classes, number of students on the MCAS achievement level, students reading level, because that's really about ensuring that all students have access to rigorous materials so that you prepare all students for college and career readiness. And so that has been my skill set so that we have a plan to ensure all students are prepared.
Thank you. And last is Member Coleman.
Thank you. Hello, Dr. Pearson Campbell.
Hi.
Thank you for joining us this evening and for applying for this position to serve our district. This question is, we need the interim superintendent to be able to start the job as quickly as possible. Can you please let us know how soon you can start?
I can start tomorrow. And the person who I say tomorrow is tomorrow. I'm someone who comes in ready to make an impact in a short amount of a year. That has been my gift. I always say teaching and learning is at the focus of everything, but bringing experts, ensuring that we move forward together and to heal. That's always been my strength, is about healing on behalf of students for academic improvement.
Thank you.
And my apologies, I said last, but actually Member Agna has the last question for you.
Nice to see you again, Dr. Pearson Campbell. It's really great to hear your answers again. I wanted to give you the opportunity now to expand on anything that you would like to, or share anything that we didn't ask you about, that this would be your opportunity to tell us more if you'd like to, and if you'd like to ask us questions as well. This is your time.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So what I heard from the very first interview with your interview committee was really looking at your budget to ensure that you move ahead. And one of the things that I did do is review of the budget, but also looking at how my skill sets to support in this on a year's time on behalf of all. My experiences have been, I've written grants. I've also come from a small central office staff where we did not have a grant coordinator or writer. So we all worked together using Google to write grants on behalf, because you really have to compete for as much funding as you can, so supportive of all. The second piece, I always say that I'm a 21st century learner, and I saw that these are things that I can bring to the table where I prepare kids for college and career readiness. And I think that's always been my skill set. My various examples have been working alongside building principals, because they are leading the building, and how can I support? One of my skill sets is really asking building principals, what do you need? And me being invisible as a superintendent, there's times where I have been the secretary where people thought I was not the secretary, but and so I'm being invisible, because in this day and time, you have to be flexible. And the third part is talking about ensuring that all staff feel supported. And so I've led professional development on data. I've led professional development on supporting special education, English language learners, ensuring for that year. I know it's only for a year, but kids are only in that grade for that 1 year, and that I will make an impact and for this year. To me, that's very important, because kids can't kick back first grade again. They only want to have that first grade again. So that has been my skill set. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pearson Campbell. And again, if you had any questions for us, this is your opportunity to ask us too.
Well, the last time I met with everyone in the small group, I always said, the strength, if you take back this year or the past 2 years, what did you learn from it? What were the strengths of the community? And what was the aha moment?
So I think it's good that we have to answer. So I will say, I'm new to the school committee. I just started in January. I was a principal in the district for 25 years. And so I've had a different perspective this year that's been, as we've noted a few times, kind of tumultuous. And we've lost some members of our community, both leaving and for various reasons. And so I think what I've learned along the way is we need to be kind, we need to be flexible, we need to think out of the box, and we need to take care of each other for a while we go through these times. That's sort of been my learning in this last 6 months. Thank you for asking that. And I'd open it up to anybody else who'd like to share what their learnings were this year.
Other members like to, Member Gazy, was that your hand?
I too am new to the school committee and was a teacher in the district for many years before I retired. I think as post-corona time, I'd like to echo Gwen's statements that we need to be kind and thoughtful to each other and try to express our opinions without browbeating others. So, having people, I think it's very important for people to express their opinions, but then, listen to the whole group and try to come to consensus rather than keep pushing for your own point of view. So I really feel like compromising and listening to others and trying to make it work for everybody is crucial. Of course, that might be pie in the sky, but that's my dream.
Member Stein.
I'm also a new member of the school committee, started in January. But as a caregiver of students in the system, and now as a school committee member, one of the things that's been most impressive to me during very difficult years has been the resilience of the teachers and staff of the schools, and just the way in which they were forced to change the way they teach, and to do it with such competence and energy, and I'm sure incredibly challenging and draining circumstances, was really amazing to see. So I have a lot of gratitude for them, and for so many in our community who did so much, and continue to do so much. So that the last couple of years really showed me that.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate this question as well. I am not a new member of the school committee, but this is only my second term. So there has been a lot of change in the school committee over the last 4 years or so. And that that change has been both challenging and wonderful, and that's something that has been just a key element of my time on the school committee. So in terms of what I have learned over the past really few years, during the pandemic, especially as the lead negotiator for the school committee, and leading the very difficult COVID negotiations, is that there are so many unintended consequences of every decision that any administrator and the school committee makes. And while this district is not as big as many out there, it's big enough to have many unintended consequences of any decision. And also that there are many ways for teachers and caregivers and students, all the members of the school community, all types of educators. There are many ways for people to feel either respected or not respected. And so to really think about, I think going back to Member Agnes' initial answer of, thinking about how we care for each other, and really valuing that respect, because this is not just a business, this is a community.
Thank you. Member Goldman.
Thank you. Yeah, I also started on the school committee just before the pandemic hit. And I would say, considering what the district looked like and the school committee looked like at that time compared to what it is now, you can really see how individuals have such a tremendous influence on so many people's lives, from the superintendent to individual teachers to folks, who are at their desk, in central office. And so that's really something I'm noticing and want to impress upon you, like the significance of you and your role as the leader of our district, in the face of this district in this position. And I'm wondering if you also would answer your own question and tell us about an aha moment of your own. Thank you.
May I answer? I said that in 2020, I lost my father. And one of the things I've learned was just taking care of people. And so I hear people's sighs, I hear they lost things. And so one of the things I've learned is to take care of people first, and education will come. And so when I entered my previous role, we had a lot of race relations that we really had to heal. And so my gift has always been about healing and listening to people and bringing people together. So what I've heard from all the various members of this committee, it's about healing. Because when students and community members work together, then people will stay in the district because they feel supported. And that has been my gift. It's really bringing people together. I have what you call a party with the purpose, because sometimes in meetings you have to party at the same time with a purpose. And that really about educating students at the same time. And so what I've heard from all the questions is really about how do you handle the budget? Because we need to make sure that money is there. But at the same time, you want to make sure that your staff feel supported, because you want staff to stay in the district. Because when a student has that same teacher, or the family has that same teacher, the school committee can have the same teacher, it builds legacy, it builds continuity, it builds support. And so at the same time, we also know that people are leaving our profession. So how do you make sure that the new generation of teachers are coming in, or building administrators who want to do this job? And so my goal has always been, this has been my hardest job I've ever had, but the most rewarding job I ever had. And so if you hear by my voice, I try to talk soothing, because we don't know what people have lost during this pandemic. It could be a family member, it could be a job, it could be with the tradition. And we thought the pandemic is over, but if you see on the TV, I feel like we're in a movie, but it is real world. And so that has been my gift. And my gift is really about bringing all the various experts, because every parent, every student is an expert on something to the meeting. And so that's been my gift. So thank you for the opportunity, because that's really has been my gift. And that's when this is my 22nd year in education. And I'm still smiling, I'm still standing, and I'm still having people come to dance with me on the verge of education. So I always call it partying with the purpose. And if you can't dance, it's like just snap your fingers 2 times. That's all you got to do. But at least do something. So at least look, people got to smile. So yes, I got to smile at you. So that's most important, because they say if you can laugh together, then we can work together. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you so much for your answers, and for your time, and for your willingness to be with us. We're very, very grateful. So if you have nothing further for us, then we'll say good evening to you for now. And again, our sincere gratitude for you being here with us. Thank you.
Everyone. Have a good day.
you.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
You too. Bye-bye.
Okay, so our next candidate is not scheduled till 7:30, so we can take a short recess. If maybe come back, a minute or so before 7:30, just so we're ready to go at that moment, okay? All right, so we'll take a short recess till about 7:29, let's say, 5-minute.
Oh, no, sorry, that's my hand.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just curious if whoever wrote my question could make sure that I said it correctly, because it didn't feel like it was, I don't know, like there were some words missing or something.
Let's go back to it. I realized that for whoever said, when can you start? I changed it to when could you start? Because it sounded like we were like offering them the job. So which one was yours? How do you see your role in working inclusively with school committees, chairs, and in the school committee agenda setting process? How do you want to change that?
Well, I guess maybe the way that you read it, it was intended that way. I figured that the question was working exclusively with school committee members, and by chairs, do you mean like chairs of the subcommittees?
I didn't write the question. I don't know.
Oh yeah. I mean, it was mostly a question for whomever wrote it, because I want to get the spirit of what they're asking about. And there's a space between the dash after agenda and setting, so I didn't realize that was one word. So that makes sense now.
So it was my question. Do you want me to answer that? Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
And I'm not sure what the original wording was, but the intention was really about that inclusivity, and it's about communication and transparency. And you can word it any way you want that works better for you. I can't remember what the original wording was, but definitely around working with members and with chairs. The functionally is around the fact that we're all school committee members and we all are elected officials, and we all really need to be able to have access and communication between each other and with the superintendent. So I think it's important to know how people see that. Folks do see it differently. So word it any way you want and go for it.
Well,
Can
so
I
this
just-
is the original wording. Sorry, Member Miller, chair, do you mean chair? So you want it to be chairs of the school committee?
Yes, I meant so the chair and the vice chair, not subcommittees. Yeah.
Can I say something? My question, that number 3, is about open lines of communication among students, staff, caregivers, school committee, everybody. It's about open lines of communication. So that's already in there.
I read the question that Member Seraphy Cox was asking a little bit more broadly than communication. Like, I hear you that you want to hear about communication, and if that's the case, then we should be asking directly about communication. But since Member Miller is asking specifically about communication, I think what this does is it opens it up to hear about their approach to working with the school committee and how they do that. So I think
Yeah, I get that.
So I think here's how I've changed it, and tell me if this works. How do you see your role in working inclusively with school committees and take it back. How do you see yourself, how do you see your role in working inclusively with school committee members and chairs and in the school committee agenda setting process?
Sure. I mean, I mostly just wanted to, yeah, that makes sense. I wanted to make sure that I was understanding that, and because there was that extra space, it looked like it was like another part of a sentence that was missing other words. So, okay, I'm clear on that now. Thank you so much. We can actually take recess.
I'm going to send this to you so that you've
Thank
got
you.
the wording for the next time. Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so we'll go to recess and let's be back in 4 minutes. So Liz, we are back from recess. Thank you. And our next candidate is Marlene DeLeo, and I am looking, tell me if one of you spots Marlene before me. I don't see her yet.
Here she is.
Oh, excellent. Great. So Marlene DeLeo is our next candidate. Hold on, let me I'm going to make you a co-host so you'll be able to unmute. We'd like to welcome you here this evening. You are with members of the public and the full Northampton School Committee. Thank you so much for joining us again and for being part of this process with us. We're very, very grateful that you're here. And we, kind of like last time, we're going to jump right in with questions, and if that's okay, because we have a lot to cover. So again, thank you for being here. And I'm just going to start. And before we start asking you questions, we just want to give you an opportunity to make an opening statement and help us understand more about the experiences that inform your pursuit of this position. We've read your resume and your application, so this doesn't need to be a repetition of that, but would like to know what interests you in this position, why Northampton, and why now?
So thank you, everybody. I appreciate the opportunity to be with you this evening. I've come to you with 8 years of experience as a superintendent. I've been in Ware Public Schools for 14 years. Part of my experience is I've run buildings from pre-K to 12, so I have a full range of experiences of being a principal at that area. When I came to Ware in 2008, I spent 3 years at the elementary school, at which time the school was identified as narrowing the achievement gap for low-income learners. At that time, I was promoted to become the principal of the high school. Once I spent 3 years there, we moved that in accountability level, and then I got another promotion to being the superintendent of Ware Public Schools, which I have just completed my 8th year. When I started as the superintendent, one of the initiatives that I put in was to establish a needs-based budget, because prior to that, we had a lot of yo-yo effects of having a budget of whether it was level service or level funded, and we saw a lot of yo-yo effects from that. So when I became the superintendent, I implemented a needs-based budget, which has, I'm proud to say, in 8 years, we haven't cut a position or a program. As superintendent, I've been able to put in new curriculum from kindergarten through 12th grade in ELA, a new math curriculum through K to 6. We'll be putting some new science curriculum in addition to getting ready for some new civics. So we've aligned a lot of curriculum here. So that's a little bit of my background, in addition to put in some interesting programming. Was able to put in a certified nursing assistant program. I put in a fire science class, which part of that had an EMT course, in addition to a criminal justice program. Part of one of the pieces that I also implemented had to do with establishing a manufacturers partnership council. In Ware we have a lot of manufacturers, and there are a lot of job opportunities for students who are not going on to higher ed after high school. So part of what my thinking was those that are not going on to higher ed, providing an opportunity for them to have manufacturers come into the high school and present what jobs are out there for them and opportunities and benefits if they were to go with any particular companies. So we've tried to implement some outside the box thinking for our students to provide them additional opportunities.
Thank you so much. First up will be Member Robbins with a question.
Welcome, Dr. DeLeo. I'm Meg Robbins, a first-term member of the school committee. And my question for you is that this is a short-term assignment. So it's jumping in. And we'd love to know what actions you would prioritize and skills you would bring to help us bridge where we are. I think you might be aware that we also have a number of recent district vacancies to where we need to be in order to create district stability and a positive district climate that can get back to focusing on teaching, learning, and engaging all learners.
Sure. I think one of the first pieces that needs to happen is, securing a budget director, manager to make sure that, that is in place going forward. Another piece that's incredibly important is being able to establish relationships with everybody and all the stakeholders as I work to move the district forward in making sure that, there is stability. And, one of the pieces is the budget stability in having a clear understanding of those pieces going in. I think one of my greatest strengths is I can work with all people. I feel I'm a bridge builder, and part of what I look at is, how do I become part of the solution and not come part of the problem? So I believe that part of my job, in addition to all of the pieces of what it takes to run a district, which are many, is in addition to making sure that a relationship is built with all stakeholders and having the capacity to listen and learn what's going on within the district and getting into classrooms, getting into buildings, seeing what's happening, learning the systems that you've have put in place. These systems, will help in looking at the budget, looking at the evaluation piece, looking at, possibly eliminating waste because schools work off of systems. So that will be, some of the pieces that I will take part in. Why Northampton? I mean, I've been searching for my next chapter for the last 6 months. I found myself to be a finalist in a number of different positions. I've talked to a couple of consultants about taking maybe a different path than just looking for a 3-year assignment contract, and thought, this might be a win-win for both Northampton and myself. Once I come in, once you see what type of a leader I am, what kind of a worker I am, what kind of ethics that I bring to the position, that you may say to me, hey, do you think you may want to stay another year or two? So I think this could be a win-win situation for both of us.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next question comes from Member Miller. Member Miller, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Hi, I'm Margaret Miller, and I'm also first-term school committee member. And my question for you is, how will you ensure that there are open lines of communication among staff, students, caregivers, and even school committee members?
So I've always had an open door policy. I try to make myself available to parents, to teachers. I think that's why it's important to get into buildings for people to have access to you, whether it's teachers or students. And I try to make myself available during a lot of nighttime events because that's when you'll see parents, whether it's at sporting events or events in the buildings or musical events, to be able to have the ability to come up and have a discussion with me and chat with me, or even, tell me that, is it possible I can give you a call? I've always had an open door policy that provides people access to me, and I make sure that I get out into the community, in addition out into the buildings. So if there are issues, people have access to me so I can be able to interact with them.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. The next question comes from Member Davis.
Hello, good evening. I'm Aileen Davis, and my question is, what strategy or approach would you use to lead Northampton as we seek to find equilibrium and move forward after a tumultuous couple of years?
Well, I think my approach is a collaborative approach. And my approach is always including others in asking questions, in trying to find out what people's thoughts are on different ideas I may have, bringing people to the table when there's planning, so they can be part of the dialogue and part of the solution. Again, this part of my strategy is going to be a collective strategy of, how are we going to get this done, and what does the stakeholders feel that what it is that they want to build, we're going to need to build it together. Having one person's idea of what they think the district needs to be is not how it works. How it works is, how do you build a vision that's encompassing of what the learning community is looking for.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Next question comes from Member Seraphy Cox.
Hi, welcome. Thank you for being here. So my question is, how do you see your role in working inclusively with school committee members and chairs, and also in the school committee agenda setting process?
Again, I believe it's a collaborative one. Part of my job is to bring the committee information so they can make informed decisions for the district. In addition to, providing them that information, having them have the ability to be able to pick up the phone or stop by an office and be able to have a dialogue. Again, this is about building a relationship with the committee as much as it is building a relationship with all of the parents and students and faculty and staff. Again, what I found to be successful for me is, the more I can build relationships with people, it really helps you get through the hard times of when you don't always see eye to eye, but at least you can respect each other for the work that you do. I find that integrity is a big part of what needs to occur in making sure that, we're respectful of each other and that, everybody has a voice. So I will work with school committee and provide them with the information that they're going to need to provide to make informed consents, in addition to building a relationship with them so that we can have those two-way communications, open communications.
Thank you. The next question comes from Member Gazy. Almost there. You know, you should be able to unmute. What's going on? Got it? Member Gazy, we can't hear you. You know, okay. Okay, let's go
You
to
want
the,
to ask her question for her?
I can certainly do that. I don't know what's going on because she's a oh. Let's give her one more shot to be able to unmute. She was having computer problems.
Yeah, there you go.
There you are.
Yep. Thank you. My computer is cranky. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. There. So it's nice to see you, Dr. DeLeo. Holly Gazy here.
Hi.
Our high school community, the Northampton High School, has had a really difficult year. As interim superintendent, what steps would you take to engage caregivers, students, faculty, and staff about their experience and concerns? How would you approach healing that community?
I think the first piece would be to make sure that I get in and spend a lot of time and listen to people, but also, put things in place going forward that people know that attention is being paid to it, and that there's a clear understanding of a goal of knowing that we want to put our best foot forward and make changes to what might have happened in the past, and make sure that it doesn't happen going forward. And knowing that there's an awareness of the situation, and that it has been addressed, in addition to knowing that there's going to be a superintendent that will be in and out of buildings to be able to watch interactions of administration and students. It's really important that the superintendent spends time in buildings. It's not only the support of faculty and staff, but in addition, that students know who the superintendent is. You'll talk to a number of people, who had people say to me, I went to school, I never knew who my superintendent was. So when I can be in a building and I can, be chatting with kids, and they can see that, the superintendent cares enough that we see them often, we know who she is. We know if we have an issue that, she can be approached, that is approachable. I think that speaks volumes to be able to address any issues that are occurring, in addition to just people knowing that you care.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Our next question comes from Member Stein.
Sorry, some trouble unmuting there. Hi, Dr. DeLeo. Thank you for being with us tonight and for participating in the process and having an interest in our district. Appreciate it. My question is, please describe your management style and philosophy. Additionally, how will you supervise senior staff and document interventions or ways of helping staff with areas of improvement?
My management style is collaborative, in addition with a little coaching for administrators. Having the experience of running buildings from pre-K to 12, it allows me the ability to help and mentor administrators in working hand in hand with them. But I'm a collaborator. I like rolling up my sleeves and being part of the solution, and trying to, be a problem solver. So if a building or a teacher or a grade level is having an issue, how is it that I can be part of the solution to that? And how do we move forward with that? Having successes at moving buildings also allows me the ability to go in and look at programming and look at models and maybe make suggestions to administration in going forward. One of the things that I did this year here and where is that myself, in addition to all of the administrators, we did instructional rounds with certain focuses. So we were trying to collaborate our eye to the evaluation rubric. So every administrator was utilizing the same focus and the same eye of the rubric when they were going in and looking at their, doing their observations of educators. One of the things that the consultant said to my administrators was, you're very fortunate that your superintendent sits with you in this professional development, because in most districts, you wouldn't find your superintendent taking part in it. And so I roll up my sleeves and I work side by side with our administrators so that we have the same language. One of the important pieces is having common language, even with students. Because once they go from grade to grade, or they go from school to the next school, a common language, helps people to be able to build upon what's going on, instead of having to re-educate them to a new definition of a new word. So working with, working shoulder to shoulder with my administrators definitely helps me to be able to help them be able to move buildings and make suggestions for improvement of instruction.
Thank you. And our next question comes from member Levy.
Thanks. Of course, now that it's my turn, it's getting really noisy in my house, so apologies if there's some background noise. So thanks again for being with us tonight. In our first round of interviews, we discussed our district's commitment to bringing an anti-bias, anti-racist lens to both the curriculum as well as to the district leadership. And you shared how you would support those efforts. Can you please share with the larger committee your experiences bringing a focus to diversity, equity, and inclusion to your role as a district leader, and how you work to ensure decisions are informed by not just the loudest voices, but by historically marginalized voices as well?
Yeah, as I told the ad hoc committee, I take very personally the ability in the implementing anti-racist, doing ready work, racial equity, diversity, inclusion. As I am married to a woman, I've been with my partner for 20 years, married for 16, raised 2 children, twins, 26. I have a son who is just in his 5th year of his PhD program at first psychology, and my daughter who is at home with her 4-year-old, in addition to just winning a seat on the Belchertown School Committee, which we're extremely proud of. I take it very personal that, there's a seat at the table for all individuals. Here and where, what we had applied for the Culturally Responsible Leadership Academy through DESE, and we were given the consulting company of Blackprint. And prior to COVID, we had looked at all our curriculums to make sure that all of our students were able to see themselves in the curriculum and the materials that we use. A couple of weeks ago, they sent a group of people out to go through the buildings in the classrooms to be able to see that the materials that we put in the wall on the walls of our building, whether it's in the cafeteria, in the classrooms, in the offices, whether that has a clear message of inclusion for all individuals. I mean, the world we live in is getting really kind of crazy, and we need to make sure that children, students, staff have a clear understanding that, everybody is important, and that they are part of the learning community and that no one person is any better or any less than anyone else. So this is a real personal issue with me. I've seen some of the struggles my children have gone through, and I definitely want to make sure that no one or no child in any of the schools that I oversee have to go through those struggles. So I work extremely hard to make sure that practice is at the forefront of everything that we do.
Thank you. The next question comes from member Goldman.
Thank you. Welcome, Dr. DeLeo.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. We need an interim superintendent to be able to start the job as quickly as possible. Can you please let us know how soon you could start?
Well, I would obviously, we need to negotiate that with my committee. However, as I told the ad hoc committee, I wouldn't have a problem with doing even half days in each district to make sure that I can transition out of this position and being able to make sure that there's somebody ready to take the helm of what's happening in Northampton and getting pieces going, because I know that people are, it is imperative to bring in positions, especially at central office. And summertime's a crazy time in districts. There's the hiring process, there's the breaking down of buildings, there's the putting them back together, there's the materials. There's a lot that has to be done and to be ready prior to the start of school. I think one of the nice parts of, or the manageable part of what happens here is that we start school a lot earlier than Northampton does. We start sometime around August 23rd. So I know that Northampton doesn't start school until after Labor Day. So that, gives a little bit more leeway. So I would definitely work to make sure that regardless of what notice I needed to give, that I would still be available. I think what we did learn through this COVID piece is that there's some things that can be done virtually or a little bit of long distance. So, and I've also known people who've run two districts at the same time, which is kind of crazy, but it has been done.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And closing out our questions is member Agna.
Hi again, Dr. DeLeo.
Hi there.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to share anything you think you would like us to know that we didn't ask you about, and also ask us any questions as well. So this is your time now.
Sure. Well, again, I thank everybody for the opportunity to be here. I feel honored and privileged that I've made it thus far. I need you to know that I'm a think outside of the box kind of person. What I've tried to do here and where was to bring as many opportunities as I can to students. Sometimes we've done it traditionally, sometimes we've done it non-traditionally. I've put in some courses. I've had the fire department and firemen come in and teach the fire science class. We started a certified nursing class prior to COVID, and I've got HCC coming in, and they're providing instruction for that class. We established a manufacturers partnership council to be able to help us work through. And at the time that I started that council, part of what I was hoping to do was to start an engineering program at the high school. And at that point, I didn't even have an engineering teacher. I didn't have the funding for an engineering teacher, but I knew that I had a goal of establishing that for the district. And through that council, we were able to apply for an innovative pathway grant, which we got for manufacturing. And I was fortunate enough with that money, I was able to remodel 3 classrooms without utilizing any local funds. It was all grant funded. So I try to think outside the box and find different ways to problems and problem solve. I've worked in 2 different districts, Holyoke and where funding has, sometimes been a challenge. And so sometimes you have to learn how to do more with less. So when I go through buildings, I'm always looking for a way to, how do I get a bigger bang for my buck? How do I maximize the capacity of the monies that we have? And is there a better way that we could be doing something so we can maximize that funding? So, those are some of the many skills that I have in addition to, I just got done leading through COVID for 2 years. And that in itself, nobody can teach you. Nobody can prepare you for, and I can only hope that we don't ever have to go through this again. However, I can tell you we're not out of it yet. We've started summer school this week, and of course, we've already identified a case this week. So we continue to go through and work through that piece, but leading through that is also been a definitive to tell me just how strong of a leader that I really am, because that was an interesting time. There's no doubt to that.
Okay, thank you. And again, if you have any questions for us, please feel free.
Well, I guess the only question I would have is, when will the committee make their decision? And what kind of a timeline is the committee looking for as far as being able to give a notice in start time?
Thank you for that question. So we are without a superintendent. We are hoping to have an acting one for this brief interim, but our goal is to have a interim absolutely as soon as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So as soon as we could get through any kind of conversation and negotiation process, we would like someone to be appointed and start as soon as they absolutely possibly could.
Well, I would make sure that I would do everything to get that to happen sooner than later. But I think that if I were selected as the candidate, I think in the long run, it may behoove the committee. Like I say, I've just come off of 8 years as a superintendent and leading through COVID. And I think I can provide the committee with a solid performance to help the district through their healing, in addition to looking to stabilize going forward.
Thank you for that. I see member Seraphy Cox has their hand raised.
Yes, I just wanted to answer the other part of Dr. DeLeo's question about when we'll make our decision. It is next on our agenda after our next interview. So presumably tonight.
Thank you. I'm sorry I didn't answer that part of the question, but yes, the goal is tonight to make that decision.
Awesome. That's all I have. And I thank the committee for having me and for considering me for the position.
Thank you. And thank you again for going through this process with us and for your time and for working very quickly. This has been a quick process, and for being available to us. We're very grateful. So thank you again. And we'll say good evening to you for now. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Have a good night.
Thank you. Okay, so it is 8:04 and then the next and last interview is scheduled for 8:15. So we will, let's say, recess till about 8:13, 8:14. Does that sound good? Okay, see you all then. Liz, we'll recess till then and see you back soon.
I'm currently working on a project that involves a consortium of districts across Berkshire County, and we're exploring some of the challenges that we face in the region, including declining enrollment and challenging resources. So the question that you asked me, rather than recapping all that, and I'm happy to talk about any of my experiences and probably will as we get into the questions, is why Northampton? I think I've always gravitated towards roles in which I can have an impact, be a leader, work with people. I think in my heart is really the work is in the schools, in the districts, with kids, with communities. So my wife and I are going through a transition, in that our last two children we've raised are in the process of raising 5 children, but our last 2 just graduated from high school. And so my wife is a traveling nurse working in Boston. So we're sort of in a different position personally and professionally, where, jumping back into the superintendency was really attractive. Northampton is, I guess, in the neighborhood for me to some degree. I'm off of Route 9 in Dalton on the Dalton-Windsor line. So we know Northampton pretty well. And I've worked my entire life in the Berkshires and really care about the Berkshires in Western Mass. And I think the opportunity to work in a district with sort of people that I don't necessarily have longstanding relationships with, and do some interesting work and help you all sort of navigate some of the challenges you all face. It's intriguing to me. I like situations in which I can, I think, come in, work with people, solve problems, and manage projects. So I guess that's what draws me to you.
Thank you for that. So our first question will come to you from Member Robbins.
Sure.
Welcome, Dr. Eberwein. I'm Meg Robbins, and I am a first-term school committee member. And we have, I think, 10 questions for you. You've had number 1, so this is number 2.
Okay.
And it's a pretty important one, and that is that this is a short-term assignment.
Mm-hmm.
And we would love to know what actions you would prioritize or skills you would bring to help us bridge where we are, especially given the number of recent district vacancies, to where we need to be in order to create district stability and a positive district climate that can get us back to focusing on teaching, learning, and engaging all learners. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, clearly it's July 7th, right? And so there's work to be done in terms of forming your leadership team and preparing for the opening of schools in a productive way. So I guess the best I can offer you is to say that I've opened schools before. I've been a high school principal. I've been a superintendent for 6 years. I've opened schools 6 times. I know the amount of work that needs to happen in the summer that a lot of folks don't recognize necessarily, that create the conditions to smoothly and safely open schools. So I guess first order of business is understanding what you need done. And clearly staffing is of primary importance, getting your leadership team together, ensuring your positions are filled with the highest quality people, and making sure folks are onboarded and oriented to what the expectations are so they can be successful when they walk in the door, communicating with your families, working with your public safety to get your schools prepared and inspected and opened. All the things that go into the complexities, all your end of year reporting and things of that sort. So I guess the best I can offer you is that that would be obviously the most important thing is to make sure that you're ready to open schools successfully. Secondarily, I think it's important, whoever's in charge or who you decide to be your leader, needs to get to know people and know your community and make people feel help them to feel comfortable with who you are and what you bring to the table. And so I think communication and outreach would be an important part of early steps, meeting people, interacting with folks, providing an opportunity to get to know each other. And then I think really opening the school year with a real positive, strong message. I put a lot of emphasis when I was in Pittsfield Lee in opening days, because I thought that really set the tone for the year. So we did convocation, we brought people together, we broke bread together, we had inspirational speeches and tried to get everyone revved up. We reviewed what our expectations were and what the goals were for the year so that everyone was starting on a common footing. So I guess without getting too far into the weeds, that's probably a general flyover of how I would approach the next, 6 weeks or so, 8 weeks. A lot to do.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. The next question comes from Member Miller. You're muted, Member Miller. Member Miller, we can't hear you.
So sorry. Okay. So I'm Margaret Miller, and I'm also a first-term school committee member, and welcome. My question is, how would you go about ensuring open lines of communication among staff, students, caregivers, and school committee members?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. Obviously, as part of being the new person in town, as I said in the last response, making myself available through planned meetings, whether it's drop-in sessions, coffees, I think would be really important to ensuring that people had access and the ability to sort of, again, get to know me and have that open line of communication. I'm someone who prides myself in responding to everybody. It's probably a little bit of a flaw. The whole idea of open door policy, when I have trained administrators in the past, I've said that's a really bad idea because it'll consume all your time. But I don't necessarily walk the talk on that, meaning that I've kept an open door and try to make myself available, respond to people. I think it's a really important aspect. Even if you can't solve their problem or give them the answer that they're looking for, everyone deserves the courtesy of a response. So it's probably the best I can offer you in terms of an answer to that question.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. The next question comes from Member Davis.
Hello, good evening. Thanks for being here. My question is, what strategy or approach would you use to lead Northampton as we seek to find equilibrium and move forward after a tumultuous couple of years?
Well, I think you have, coming in a 1 year or less assignment, depending on when you would conduct your search and bring your next superintendent in, your permanent superintendent, you have a guiding set of core values, and you have a guiding document in your improvement plan or strategic plan, whatever you call it. And I think, we wouldn't, although I love to think strategically, I think it's something I enjoy doing. I don't think it would be appropriate for me to come in and sort of lean too hard on that, but I would want to reflect it. I would want to, I think, work with that particular strategic plan and review it with folks and use that really as maybe it's a part refreshing folks, getting people to sort of reflect on what it means to them. And then really, obviously within any plans which are typically overly ambitious and tend to promise too much, you need to set a set of priorities and talk to folks about what are the things that are most important to us in terms of how we address the coming year. So if it is building relationships and building confidence in your system because you've been through some real rocky moments, then I think we have to talk about how we deal with that, and whether that's bringing people together and airing concerns and aspirations and sort of building common purpose around that, or it's particular things that folks feel aren't being attended to or being neglected. And the last thing I think you want is people feeling like they're not valued and paid attention to. It's probably worse than over management is neglectful management. So it may just be really creating an opportunity for folks to to sort of talk and connect with why we're here and what we're trying to do, and sort of how I can help them do that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next question comes from member Sarah Fee Cox.
Hi, welcome. So my question is, how do you see your role in working inclusively with school committee members and chairs, and also in the school committee agenda setting process?
Yeah, I mean, probably, obviously you've read my resume. I sent the one pager, which just kind of hits highlights, and then I sent the long, obnoxious one, which is probably way too much stuff for anyone to read. But at the very end of that, it does say that I'm a school committee member. So I'm a sitting school committee member too. So I get it from your vantage point too. And so I appreciate y'all being here on a late night too, and working through this as a team. I think that's really important. So, you know, one of the things I do when I've come into both of the roles of being superintendent is go back and review sort of, you know, past agendas. I think there is a rhythm in school committee agendas and calendars and the timing of what you do in a particular year. And so I think there's some, not repetitive, but some predictability in sort of how you're going to approach particular items. And then I think it's a matter of, I don't know if you all get together around retreat work or whether you convene on a long Saturday morning to sort of revisit your own goals and that sort of thing. But that might be an interesting way to sort of talk about your work in the past and sort of what it is that you want to focus on in the coming year. So, I think my job as a superintendent is to support the school committee chair and the membership, obviously to bring to the committee what needs to be brought forward, you know, under state regulation and law, but also to bring, you know, forward items that are important to ensuring that you know, that you're aware of, that you can weigh in on, and then obviously reflecting those sorts of things, items and issues and aspirations that you want to bring to the table to discuss as a body. So, yeah.
The next question comes from member Gazy.
Hi, Dr. Evergreen. I'm Holly Gazy, another first-time school committee member. The Northampton High School community has had a particularly difficult year.
Yeah.
As interim superintendent, what stakes would you take to engage caregivers, students, faculty, and staff about their experiences and concerns? How would you approach healing the community?
Yeah, well, I guess the first thing you need to do is figure out, you know, who your principal is, right? So that's an important step, and maybe who your assistant principal. I know there's been some turnover. I don't know precisely where you are in the process, but I mean, I think that that's an important step, and then engaging that person or that team in those particular questions of, you know, what is it that we've experienced, and sort of how do we reset and re-engage the community in moving ahead. And again, it's one of those things where right now, I had mentioned in the last interview, I'm doing this project where I'm advising 2 regional districts. One is 3 towns and one is 5 towns on a potential sort of super regional combination. And you can imagine if the recommendation we're making is that they're going to close a high school and combine into a single high school. So there's probably nothing more controversial or conflicted than that. And we're doing tours of town meetings and select board meetings right now. And sometimes I go in feeling like in sort of being prepared to be attacked or on the defensive. But what I find is when you get people in a room and you just have a dialogue and sort of talk about what the benefits are, what the challenges are, what the feelings are, what the cultural differences are, what perspectives are, you actually can get to a common ground and sort of build forward from that. So whether it's, bringing your student leadership team together, your school council, you have a structure for that. I think there are ways in which I think you can bring your school community together and ask those questions of them. How is it that we can build forward? I mean, the Northampton High School has a great historical reputation. I live a mile from Waukona High School. We've had incredible historical rivalries with you all. And we know it's an excellent high school with a great academic and athletic and post-secondary reputation. So I wouldn't expect anything less of that community moving forward.
Thank you. The next question comes from member Stein.
Dr. Eberwein, thank you for being with us tonight and participating in the process and being interested in our district. Please describe your management style and philosophy. Additionally, how will you supervise senior staff and document interventions or ways of helping staff with areas of improvement?
Yeah, it's good. I always know I'm going to ask the management style question, and I always feel like you should ask that question to the people who work for you, not the person who's in charge or who's managing. It's probably more honest when it's from the people who work for you. I'd say that I'm a fairly easygoing guy to work with in terms of accessibility. And, but I think people who work for me will tend to report that they work really hard. In some cases, they'll even report that they've worked harder than they've ever worked before. I don't know why necessarily that is. It's probably just I work hard and I invest a lot in, and I expect a lot of people. But similar, as I said at the last interview, the preliminary interview, it's a little bit of a sort of a tough love approach in that you want to hold everyone to high expectations. I believe that in my own children. I believe that in people who work for me. I believe that in the students that we educate. We want to maintain the highest expectations that we can, but we mean to make sure that we provide the resources and the support and in fact the love, right, that they need to be successful. You can't hold someone to a high standard if they have particular things in their way. And so I would say that that's generally my my management style. Very accessible, glad to talk with folks, but we come to the table to do important work, serious work, and we're going to move ahead with it. Second part of the question is sort of how to evaluate and support principals. I don't know where you all are with sort of the integrity of the evaluation system, the evaluation tool. I was part of the Department of Ed's, steering committee that helped to create some of these monsters that we now have to deal with in terms of tools and processes. So often, I try to streamline those tools down into what's most important in terms of, the kinds of questions that we want to answer as a leadership team in terms of, what is it that's happening in our schools? Where is it that we have gaps? Where is it that we need to sort of work on and improve? What are the targets we're going to set? Let's set those targets. What are the strategies in terms of our theory of action, in terms of what we're going to do to hopefully move the needle on those particular targets, and then how do we monitor that we're making progress towards that? So I guess the best I can offer is that we're going to use the evaluation system and the tools and the process, but probably the way I approach it is more of maybe a ground floor level, and trying to simplify it in a bit that makes it realistic and useful to the leaders, in hopefully helping them to identify what my expectations are of them, and then being able to revisit those expectations, that progress when we check in, whether it's quarterly, mid-year, at the end of the cycle.
Thank you. The next question comes from member Levy.
Nice to see you again. Thanks for being with us. So in our first round of interviews, we discussed our district's commitment to bringing an anti-bias, anti-racist lens to both the curriculum as well as to the district leadership. And you shared how you would support those efforts. Can you please share with the larger committee your experiences bringing a focus to diversity, equity, and inclusion to your role as a district leader, and how you work to ensure decisions are informed by not just the loudest voices, but by historically marginalized voices as well?
That's an excellent question. The kind of question we're grappling, not just in our schools, but in our society more generally. So yeah, I've been involved in diversity, equity, inclusion work, although we didn't always call it that, right? Since I started in school in 93. I guess we called it tolerance back then, which I don't really love as a word, but I actually think so anyways, I've been involved in a lot of work. Right now we're leading in the county, supporting work across the districts and DEI, using, a variety of sort of tools, approaches, and experts, right? So we don't necessarily have the expertise. We need to bring people in to help us to navigate that. So it's everything from sort of equity audits and equity walks to training of teachers, to even doing, things like design thinking work with people around, sort of how they're experiencing, their education, their world. During my career, I've been involved in developing programs. While I was at MCLA, we put together a program that was focused on diverse educator candidates. And we did that in partnership with a private bank and raising money to create a pipeline program where we recruited students of color and from marginalized communities to participate in a dual enrollment course called Ed in Society. And then we got them exposed to, sort of pre-education, pre-teaching pathways. So I guess that's sort of a mishmash, Dina, what I had offered the other day about the kinds of things I'm doing. I guess the second part of your question is more the challenging one, which is how do you get everyone to speak up and to be heard? And I think you can do that in a variety of ways. I mean, in some ways, and sometimes you have to, I think, sort of target your efforts and your listening tours to particular student groups or students. Part of it is creating a comfortable environment where students feel that they can contribute and weigh in. I think you can do things and sort of, whenever we do our outreach work right now, we're trying to create mechanisms where, individuals are able to weigh in before we start having group discussions and they're dominated by one or two people, right? So we want to hear from individuals, record their thoughts and their experiences. We want to have a discussion debate around that. We want to try to figure out how to share airtime. And sometimes that happens through, again, I think well-designed and crafted sort of listening tours. And you can also get it accomplished through things like, surveys and outreach, whether you're doing a survey like a prevention needs assessment or a panorama. Those kinds of tools can also help, hear from students who might not necessarily be comfortable enough showing up in a group meeting and speaking out.
Thank you.
Okay.
The next question comes from member Goldman.
Hi. Okay. My question is, we need the interim superintendent to be able to start the job as quickly as possible. Can you please let us know how soon you can start?
Yeah, I assume this question is coming, and it's probably the one that's going to be hardest to answer, although you've asked me some tough questions tonight. Yeah, it's kind of hard because in some ways I feel like I have a deep commitment to the work I'm involved in right now, but I also know that you're under, it's crunch time. And you're tonight going to identify, I think if you haven't already, an interim superintendent, acting superintendent. I think you're going to certify that, right, with your interim business manager. Anyways, well, the point I'm getting at is you're in a time crunch right now, so I get that. I would need a little time, and I don't know if that's a week to sort of button up my work with the groups that I'm working with right now. I'll be very honest with you. We have not, our vacation as a family, and that's important to me, is scheduled for the early August. So that's a real constraint. Although I will tell you, I got hired on July 15th as a principal at Pittsville High School in 2003, July 15th. And that particular year, they were going to close Pittsville High because it was a budget. They were in a budget crisis, and so the principal left, and they didn't have a principal. And that school was probably going through something like what Northampton was. They had a lot of turmoil and inconsistent leadership, and they had no schedule built. It's the middle of July, and they have hiring to do, and it was a little crazy. And I said, I need to go on vacation with my family because that's really important. And we pulled it off. We hustled hard for a couple of weeks. We got people clarified what the tasks were, got the tasks done, and we were ready to go on opening day successfully. And we righted that high school in 4 years. So I'm not really answering your questions, but I would say very concretely, I would need probably at least a week to button things up. I'm in a contract where I work as a consultant. So I have a decent amount of flexibility. I don't need to give 90 days notice or anything. And I have alerted both of the boards I work for that. I mean, they're both of the chairs are references for this job. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Member Agna is going to close out the questions.
Thank you, Dr. Everine. I want to give you an opportunity to talk to us about anything we didn't ask you. If there are things that you feel that we left out and that you want to share, and also if you have questions for us, this is your time.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's so much to say. It's like how much you learn about person in a 30-minute Zoom interview. I don't know. I guess you can learn bits and pieces. I'd love to be in person with you all, and I know that you're constrained with time and the speed of what you're doing right now, because I think that does matter. And probably if you were to offer me the job, I would say, when can we meet in person to do that? I think that's important. But I'll ask a question that I think you've sort of implied tonight, but I did ask in the preliminary interview, and that is, are there particular things that you really believe that your interim superintendent can help you with? And again, having supported superintendent searches in Berkshire County where I was not a candidate, but I was a supporting consultant, there are times when an interim can come in and do particular things, whether it's a project, whether it's a difficult HR decision, whether it's, I would hate to say redistricting or closing a building, the really complicated, hard stuff that in some ways requires a decent amount of political capital and sort of intense energy, but sets the stage for your leader that you're going to be hiring on a longer term basis. In some cases, maybe even helping with the search. So I guess the question is there anything particular that you all think would be particularly useful? It sounds to me like obviously Northampton, the high school is one of the projects you're looking for someone to lean in on.
Do any of the committee members who weren't on the interim, the search committee, or screenings committee, excuse me, want to answer this since you haven't had the opportunity to share your thoughts? Member Levy and Member Agner are also welcome, but Member Robbins.
Hang on me. Hi. Yes, and I'm going to refer back to some of the documentation that you gave us that I really found appealing, which was restoring confidence in our schools in the community. And we do have wonderful schools and we have wonderful teachers. We are well known for how wonderful our education is, but this last couple of years have been so rocky that I think we've really lost that sense of complacency to a certain extent, which is probably a good thing, but confidence in the fact that we are working together and that we are doing a good job or doing the best that we can, and that we do really aim to continue to improve. And as an interim leader, it would be wonderful to know how you could support us best. And you have said about, meeting and having an open door, but in your experience, in terms of your own documentation, it would be good to know what steps you took to make that happen.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you asking that, because I'm probably not somebody who tends to, and that's why I didn't even send you the longer obnoxious resume first, because I don't necessarily like to talk about, sort of things that maybe I've been successful at. I prefer to sort of focus on what's in front. But I did go into Pittsville High, and it was in a tough place, and we did really build. We focused on the history of the school. We really promoted the history and the tradition of the school. We got our faculty and our students rallied around that. I remember the first pep rally, going to it as the principal and being the loudest voice, and actually sort of generating that first clap, right, to get people going. And that was what was needed at that point. And reminding people, this school has an amazing history and tradition. We are an incredibly diverse community, which we should have amazing pride in. And we built it that way. And in 4 years, I think we really moved along. When I got into the district level in Pittsfield, it was a situation where, and this is not unique, I think, to districts, where you hire the internal candidate and they hire the external candidate and hire the internal candidate. You sort of bouncing back and forth every 3 to 6 years. Well, we had an external candidate superintendent who I worked for as a deputy, and I really respect and learned a lot from, but she didn't really connect with the community. And I think Pittsfield generally was bruised because of that. They needed someone to sort of speak out and speak for the schools. And at the same time, we had this massive choice exodus, which was a real problem because of perceptions in the schools. And so we launched a really aggressive campaign to talk about what was going on in our schools. And we invested some dollars in that. And it meant, hiring professional photographers and videographers to sort of tell the story, putting together a magazine about our schools. We put up billboards about our schools, we went all out and said, this is an excellent school system. And just because you might read in the paper that there was this one thing that, maybe a reporter picked up on and, wanted to write about, which was negative, that really there's all these amazing things happening in our schools. We brought back open houses, things of that sort, to really get people into the school. So those are the sorts of things I have done in those two particular, settings, to try to generate, sort of rekindle that excitement about having people belong to something, right? Everyone wants to belong to something and be a valued member of a successful community. And I think that's really what we worked for there.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Member Goldman.
Thank you. I really appreciated that answer, and appreciate you asking us this question. As the chair of the Budget and Property Committee, I have a particular eye on the budget for this coming year. We've just successfully ratified a 3-year contract with the union, and we have some other, budgeting obstacles ahead of us. Also, it feels like the committee has noticed over the past many years that our understanding of the budget decisions that we'll be needing to make that are unique to each year come to us too late in the season. And so I'm really hoping to create some working meetings with the interim superintendent this coming year to bring some fresh eyes to our budget and our systems. Sure. And to see how we can really make the most of what we have to work with. And so if you could, I don't know if you want to speak a little bit to strategies for working with budgets, especially in this sort of post-pandemic time, and also with so much churning in our district, to come up with our new ways.
Yeah, I did look at your budget presentation, which was well done, by the way. It was a nice set of documents, and I thought it was nicely grounded. But you're all in the same situation a lot of folks are in, is that you got some relief because of the federal dollars that flowed into the schools and communities. That's great. But we all know there was a cliff heading our way, which is just probably going to be complicated by we hope it's not any sort of long-term economic downturn. We're all keeping our fingers crossed on so many levels. But the realities are that if nothing else, the federal monies won't be there, and they've filled some holes for districts, whether that's facilities or personnel or, doing some, I mean, certainly there are a lot of great things that we need to do. We needed to get, social emotional supports for our kids. We needed to get remote technologies into the hands of our kids so we could educate them during this time. A lot of things we needed to do. But the realities of budget, I think the impending budgets are going to be particularly challenging. So as I said in the preliminary interview, I accepted the superintendency in Pittsfield in 2008, which was right in the throes of a pretty big economic downturn. And we worked through it. It was hard. I had an amazing mayor. So having a really strong partnership with your mayor, and we had incredible support out of our city council. We had amazing support from our unions. I mean, they really rallied. So I can't even take credit for any of this stuff, even though hopefully I brought people together to try to work through it all. But people made some sacrifices and some concessions so we could stay whole as a district. But to your point, it did require that we weren't putting the budget together and sending out materials in May for approval in June. We had to really start earlier. We had to think about what are our goals. Although, as I said previously, a lot of folks say they do zero ground floor budgeting, zero-based budgeting. Most people really don't. And I think, probably somewhere the best approach is between sort of just adding a percentage growth every year and zero base, which is really what I call a budget that reflects your priorities. And that's looking very specifically, what's happening in your districts, where's your data, where are your gaps, what are your principals saying about what their needs are, and then you do some arm wrestling. That's the reality of it, right? It's not everyone gets everything they want, and in some cases you gotta really set priorities and then work through it. And sometimes it's you're saying that I'm saying to principals, let's put that on our wish list, on our tier 2 and our tier 3, and we're going to keep pushing for it, but you're not getting it this year, So, yeah, it's a long-winded answer to your question, which is probably given the budget challenges at front, starting the conversation earlier will only be better.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for that answer. Member Stein.
This question is a cultural question, and I know it's a lot to ask an interim candidate to describe how they might address culture, right? Because it's a very slow-moving ship. But one of the things that I think came to my attention this year was hearing from a number of constituents, this phrase I hadn't heard before, in the sort of perspective that as a district, there's a fortress culture at an institutional level. This is sort of perspective that certain constituents express.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm wondering, how you think about district culture and what you think successful district cultures look like, and maybe some interventions that in this sort of particular capacity you might be able to intervene. Yeah,
I know that's a really good question. Do I say that in every question you all ask? I say it's a really good question. Maybe I should put up this line. Really good question. No, I don't think that what you've all experienced is necessarily unique. I mean, you just knowing educators in the Berkshires and really that network I have across the state, that's the vibe right now in the profession. And I think it's reflecting literature even nationally around how satisfied people are in education right now. It's been a heavy lift for a couple of years. And so whether that particular feeling is unique or magnified or different in Northampton, I guess I would have to sort of probe more into. But I think it's important to, again, I think I've said this already, but to remind people, why we're doing this work and why it's super important. I think it's kind of that ideal that we all come into. It's why I'm hearing from some of you that you first term members. It's why you ran for office, right? And why you're sitting in this volunteering your time. You want to do better for your community. You want to do better for your kids. And I think it's why every teacher and every principal takes on the role. They think they can do miracle work and transforming the lives of kids, which ultimately impact your community. So I think reminding people of the importance of the work that we do, we're a foundation for everything else that happens in society, happens in our schools. And then secondly, I think it's finding ways to acknowledge people. I don't know, I spent, before I was in education, I spent 6 years in construction. It was kind of a weird time between college and getting into the field of education. And I came really to appreciate sort of just really working class people who go out there and bang it every day, whether they're banging nails or, running trucks or serving food, and reminding everyone that they're important is, I think, a really critical role of a superintendent. It's recognizing people, it's greeting people, I think it's reminding people that if the heat's not on and not working, and the schools aren't clean, it's not going to be a good environment. And so we have to value the work that our facilities folks are doing as much as we value the work that the hard work that our teachers are doing. So I guess that's probably, I think it's important to probably just name it and call it out, Michael. And just say to people, it's been rough and people are down, and so we're going to start from here and work forward. And you really, I tend to have a really positive sort of growth mindset in everything I do. I'm not a particularly negative person. So I'm the optimist in the room. I really think that we're going to get the South County merger done, even though a lot of people tell me we can't. I really believe that I tend to see more the positive than the negative. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anyone else have anything they want to add, or any further questions for us? We're wrapping up our time, it looks like. I don't see anything from the members. What about you, Dr. Eberwein?
No, I want to be really respectful of your time because you started early and it looks like you have some distance still to travel as a board. So I'm going to let you. I'm going to let you do what you need to do. I really do appreciate even just the opportunity to be considered. It's flattering in some ways, and it certainly. I just want to thank you for the opportunity, whether it turns out that the selected candidate or not. And I wish you all the luck. We want everyone to be successful. And again, whether I'm selected or not, if there's anything that I can do or we can do to help your district, I think we're all partners in this work together. So best of luck, stay at it. And thank you again.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. And thank you so much for your willingness and your flexibility to quickly mobilize to do these interviews with us over the last week or so. So thank you so much. We're very grateful for you doing this with us. Thank you.
Can I have just one shout out for 10 seconds? And that's sure. To Annie. Can I just thank Annie?
Absolutely. Annie, turn up your camera, get some thanks.
She was incredibly patient with, I'm sure, all the candidates, particularly with me. So thank you for that. When I got a voicemail from you and my phone translated to Mary Jean today, not Mayor Gina. I'm like, hey, Mary Jean called. Who's that? So you got to have a sense of humor, right? So.
Yeah. And thank you, Jake, for being really patient with us through this whole process. I know we asked you to do a lot yesterday, so really appreciate you responding really quickly, and thank you.
All right, good luck, all. We'll see you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Okay, so those were our 3 interviews. So our next item on the agenda is actually a vote to appoint, excuse me, interim business administrator Susan Wright as temporary acting superintendent until the district comes to agreement with a chosen interim superintendent candidate. Susan is joining us, so it's very dark where you are now, Susan. I think probably the only person more surprised than me to see the coverage in the paper today was Susan herself. As you know, DESE has made our obligation to have an acting superintendent very, very clear. I've shared our timeline with them to get to this meeting, but they have reiterated our legal obligation to have someone appointed during this time. So as the next item on the agenda is to enter into negotiations with the chosen candidate, we must appoint, excuse me, a temporary acting superintendent while that is taking place. So Susan has very graciously agreed to serve in this role, as she's presently serving in the central office, one of the few people in the central office at the moment. Hopefully for her sake, this will not be much more than this weekend. I'm very cognizant that this is a big favor that we are asking of her, but it's been made very, very clear to me by DESE that this is not an option, and we need to have someone who is acting in this role. So Susan's here. She her resume was added to your packet. This so this is proof that Susan has retired. Because Susan, you have to update your resume. It says that you are still the finance director for the city of Northampton. So she's officially retired. She's like, not dusting off this resume at all or changing it. This is what she had available. She was the finance director for the city until 2021. Before that, she was the business manager for the Northampton Public Schools from 2004 to 2011. So she had worked for the city from 2004 till when she retired last year. So Susan's here, and I will open it up to the committee to ask any questions and get this going. Member Stein.
Great. I just wanted to first really thank Susan for willing to step into the central office and help us, and then being willing to be put forward to serve in this capacity right now. It's a lot to ask, and I really am grateful, as I am sure the other members are as well. I had just 2 questions for the mayor, and then I wanted to make a motion. So as you laid out, Mayor Ciara, we all got that email from DESE regarding this, and yeah, it seems like they were very persistent, as you pointed out. So I guess I'm wondering if Dr. Provost or our attorney sort of alerted committee to this necessity ahead of time. I don't remember sort of a discussion about this when we were talking about interim positions, but I did feel a bit flat-footed to get that kind of message from them. So, I mean, were we advised by either John or Layla about this?
So I think when it was first on the agenda to talk about sort of a transition, that had been sort of the reason to start that process was that I believe Dr. Provost hoped that there would be no amount of time when there wouldn't be someone, and that there would have been some overlap between himself and an interim that we would have hired. So I think that's why he tried to present options to us, and why he wanted to move that forward. I didn't realize the sort of absolute legal necessity to the point that DESE has now made me aware of it. Otherwise, I would have pushed sooner to make sure that we had someone in place as acting from June 30th on. Once I'd heard from DESE, I sort of laid out that timeline, and they were kind of okay with it, but then made very clear that if there wasn't going to be sort of a decision tonight that was going to have someone beginning immediately, we needed to have someone in place.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry that was a surprise to you as well. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve Susan as our, I gotta get the phrase right, I'm sorry here. Where's my agenda?
With acting, no, temporary acting.
Okay, as the temporary acting superintendent for Northampton Public Schools until we hire an interim superintendent. And as part of my motion, I would like to stipulate that she will not have to address or deal with any reports that might come in during her tenure. The way we had talked about that in the past would have hit this person's responsibility, and I think that is far too much to ask. So I would like to just stipulate that in the motion as well. Anything like that would come to the whoever is the interim.
A hired interim.
Yeah, the hired interim. Yeah. And Annie, I'm sorry that's so long-winded.
I'll second that.
Okay, motions made by member Stein, seconded by member Gazy. Member Gazy, did you want? Oh, your hand's down. Oh, did you want to add something? I saw you.
No, I am grateful and impressed by the experience that Susan brings to us, and just wanted to make a motion as well, because I think it's our best alternative given the circumstances we are in.
Thank you. Member Agna.
I don't want to prolong this, but I just want to thank you, Susan, having worked with you for those 7 years that you were the district business manager. It was a pure joy. And I just feel so grateful and honored that you would step in this role on top of the other role you stepped into. So thank you so much.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? I don't see any. I'm just going to reiterate once again, Susan, thank you. I know that was a lot when I asked you to come into the room and then asked you to do this. You are a remarkably good sport, and I'm deeply grateful. I know that's a lot that we've asked of you. So thank you. We will make it as brief as possible. I know, that's what I promised you. What did you say? 1 week? Is that what you said?
Yeah, brief.
Brief, yes, as absolutely brief as possible. So thank you. Susan, anything you'd like to add or say?
Nope.
Okay. Okay, no further discussion. Roll call, please, Annie.
Member Robbins.
Yes.
Member Gazy.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
And Mayor Shara.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Susan. You know where to find me. Okay, so next up is the vote to authorize the mayor to enter into negotiations with the chosen candidate for interim superintendent. So this will open up our discussion of the 3 candidates that we interviewed this evening, and will end with a motion. Or a motion can come at any time, but that is the goal of this section. Member Agna.
So I mentioned this, I think, to our ad hoc committee, and I just wanted to offer it to the full committee, that I actually tuned into one of the school committee meetings and where the previous superintendent was a candidate and finalist. And before they voted, each of the members who did site visits spoke about what they gained about the candidates in those site visits. we don't have that for this, but I was tasked with checking all the references. So I've spent a lot of time on the phone the last couple days, speaking with all references that are all that were available. And I am willing to, if anybody's interested or would like me to, share some of the thoughts and words that I got from those references, if that's appropriate and if that's of interest. Yes. Okay. So I will just go as quickly as possible. I did a lot of dictating, so hopefully it's in some sort of form, because my last conversation was only about an hour and a half ago. So as far as Dr. DeLeo, I spoke to the district business manager, who said she had been a principal and assistant principal, superintendent, as well as being superintendent. She has a good perspective and experience, and she works closely with everyone in her district. He's able to compare her to other clients because he is part of a business that has taken over the business managing of the Ware schools. So in some ways, he's in a unique position to do some comparisons. He feels that she is very knowledgeable. She knows what she knows. She lets administrators run their programs and is a true believer in what administrators know and can do. She can help bridge the gap between schools and town politics. She presented a needs-based budget, which was her first time, as she spoke about. She uses data to develop the budget and will push back and ask for data to rationale expenditures. Ware was a minimum funded district, and she worked with all the schools to receive more than the minimum from the town. She doesn't shoot from the hip. She can insist on decisions. She lets dialogue happen, but she can also make a decision. I left a message for a principal that she asked for reference for and was not able to speak. I spoke to the town manager of Ware, and he said that she could be tough at the right times, respectful, very helpful to him as the town manager. She works well with her school committee. Most impressed by how she's made the schools very clean and respectful, that they focus on character and academics. There's been tremendous growth under her leadership, and she has a good balance of talking with the school committee, knowing where her authority is and where their authority is. So those are the two out of the three. We asked for 3 references for each. For Dr. Pearson Campbell, I spoke to a principal with whom she had worked. They worked together over years. She is very collaborative. Dr. Pearson Campbell is visible. She listens and makes tough decisions. And she is at the table for all parts of the work that happens in a school district. She has worked in a not diverse community, and she's had to do diversity work in an all-white district. This principal very admires the way she's been able to navigate that as the sole person of color in her district. The superintendent she's worked for said, who you see and talk to is who she is. She's good at bringing people together with differing opinions and perspectives. She doesn't shy away from telling her own story and where she came from and her identity as a person of color. Her background in special ed helps her in budget issues particularly, and questions in building a budget. She understands and works collaboratively with the building administrators. She's kind, genuine, warm, and completely student-centered. And the assistant director of special education said she has many strengths. She's organized and she has the big picture while she's dealing with details. Situations that needed immediate attention, she identifies as very good at listening to different perspectives. She's fair, credible. She is able to diffuse negative or difficult situations, has a strong commitment to diversity and equity, and has shared her lived experience with people. She's taught a lot of people about how to supervise a person of color, her perspective taking and bias. So all of those things she's been able to help people understand. Good relationships with colleagues and supervision. She's a good listener and observer. She can communicate with people who are marginal and is fair and non-judgmental. Let's see, she doesn't step on people's toes. She knows how to repair if situations are warranted. She's in schools on a regular basis. She keeps her principal hat on when she needs to. She's good at keeping track of anything. And the last quote was, "I will do anything for Janelle." Then to Jake, I was able to speak with two people. The first person was a current colleague at the round table that he spoke about in his documents. This is a person who was a superintendent. So he's known him for many years, both as a superintendent, as a researcher, as an instructor at the college level, and from the superintendent's roundtable. A solid administrator, a real thinker, can lead a district in making long-term decisions and the bigger issues facing all districts right now. It's organized, creative, can't ask for a better person. Had to face financial limitations in Pittsfield and knows what to do, has a great handle on budgets, works well with other administrators, and knows what's going on statewide. Since he was a high school principal, he is committed to public education. He's coming out of regular education, which this person spoke highly of because there are a lot of administrators at a superintendent level who are background is special education. He's a great leader to lead a team of researchers and on boards. He's helping the South Berkshire make some very difficult decisions. And he also understands that Northampton has challenges. The other person I spoke to was an attorney who has been working with him on this project of bringing the regional schools together. She's been working with him just for this past year in this project. She said that he is a consummate professional, thorough, thoughtful, creative, has a wonderful way of speaking and communicating that is inviting and engaging and very effective, especially in school committees and community settings, dealing with different personalities and opinions. He is non-threatening, but very confident, an unusual combination of confidence and humility and openness to conversations and exchange. It's accomplished a lot, and I understand why he is a finalist. His style and presentation and interaction with people of all different stripes are strengths. Complex and detailed work are important to him. He has a great heart, a wonderful person, a talented educator, and a tremendous amount of experience across the Commonwealth. So that is what I found out. It was very interesting to talk with all the people. And of course, it confirmed for me that we've made some good decisions about our finalists for sure. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for doing all of that work and making all those calls and representing what people said so well. Very thankful for that. Member Seraphy Cox.
Member Agna, you mentioned that you had watched one of the other interviews and had some impressions from the site visits that were done. I'm wondering if you could share some about that.
These were interviews in the Athol-Royalton district when John Provost was a superintendent candidate. So I tuned in after the interviews that were done publicly, as we have just done, And so each of the people who went to the different sites for the 3 finalists gave a composite report on what they had been told by about those 3 candidates. I think there were 3 finalists in Ethel, if I remember correctly. So I know that helped the decision-making as they were proceeding then to their vote. I believe there was an internal candidate, which made it less of a discussion, I think, but I do think that what I witnessed was a pretty fair process for people to get a picture of who was applying and who became finalists. So that in that spirit is what I did when I checked the references and trying to put a composite report together by not doing a site visit, but getting from the people who work with our candidates. Does that answer your question, Member Seraphy Cox?
Gotcha. Okay. I think I misunderstood what the reason why you were bringing that up. I thought that you had things to share about what those members saw in their own site visits, since one of the candidates here was also a candidate there.
Right. No. Okay.
Gotcha.
I hope that,
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
That clarifies it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Next up for discussion. Member Stein.
I just had some questions about process moving forward. I know this is fast forwarding and irregular, right? So my question is, in terms of like the hiring authority for an interim superintendent, is it the school committee, so the chair is the one that enters negotiations, or would the search committee be the ones that entered negotiate? Like, I don't know how this would work in like a full search. So that's sort of one question. And then the second question was just about the process for forming and executing the contract. I know when we've recently looked at some contracts, members raised a number of issues. So I just want to just put it out there that I hope whatever process we're using for that would be, address some of those concerns. So yeah, just curious about the road forward.
So in terms of the contract, so in executive session, we'll talk about negotiations and sort of talk about the specifics. So this is my first interim or any superintendent search. Susan, as someone who's been a part of these, or Member Agna, if you know, or Member Levy, I see your hand. If you know, so the school committee votes and on a candidate. And then, so what's on the agenda is to empower me to enter into negotiations. So usually one person negotiates. So the parameters for those negotiations is what we're going to discuss in executive session. And then I would, according to this motion or what's on the agenda, go through that negotiation process with the voted candidate. Within the parameters given to me by the school committee, because we as a body are the hiring authority. Susan, I saw your camera pop on.
Usually it's one person doing the negotiating.
Does that answer your questions, Member Stein?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Member Seraphy Cox.
I was just going to start with my impressions of the candidates. Does that feel like an appropriate topic to move to? Okay. So I agree with Member Agna that the quality of the candidates was very high, especially considering the tight timeline that we had for applications. if I'm thinking about how I responded to the candidates, how well I understood what they were singing, and how clearly I could imagine them fitting in or not fitting in to this role as an interim. I think that I have kind of one set of impressions based on what I heard this evening. I am curious, though, if the subcommittee has anything that they could share about maybe the initial interviews. And part of the reason why I'm asking that is that there just seems to be a bit of a stark difference between, especially the first candidate. I'm terrible with remembering names, so I don't have it in front of me. And then the reference, interviews that the references that she received. Her answers kind of were at times confusing to me and vague, but then her final answer, I finally felt like who she was came out. And so I don't know if that's nerves. I don't know, certainly having been in interviews where I look back and realize I didn't say anything of what I actually meant. I'm curious if members of the subcommittee can elaborate on strengths that they saw, especially in the first candidate in the first interviews.
You're muted, but I think what you're saying is, Member Levy, don't you want to share your wisdom and brilliance?
That's precisely what I said. Good lip reading.
I really appreciate the question, and I'm going to speak really openly and candidly, which is, I'm going to just say, is really hard because the candidates could be watching or come back and see this, and that feels really hard for me. But I actually was really disappointed with Janelle's interview tonight, in light of how incredibly strongly I thought she did in her first round interview. And I agree that at the end, I started to feel like, oh, she's warming up and she's getting back to where I felt like I saw her in the last interview. In the first round interview, she gave fantastic examples of just about to almost every question we asked. And all three of us rated her incredibly strongly in almost every category. So we asked a question about the budget. She gave a fantastic example about how she actually oversees 5 budgets, 5 different budgets and 5 different school committees. She talked about really looking at what you have on your shelves before purchasing, looking at DESE initiatives, looking at grants, being the person to bring in grants, and really being thoughtful about budget challenges. She talked a lot about bringing people together, about healing, about conflict, and really making people feel heard, which is what it sounds like resonated with her references as well. Lots of talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion, and ABAR and Edwin analysis, using data, being data driven, looking at people's strengths, listening first. Just looking through my notes. She talked about community partnerships, bringing heads together, being a role model. I don't know if I wrote this down right. Being a role model in fiery places and using ground rules. I don't know, maybe I didn't write that right, but I'm just trying to figure out what that means. Anyway, I'll also let the other folks share. I'm going to be really honest. After her first interview, I almost felt like, gosh, like here's somebody who could actually be our full-time superintendent. And so I don't actually know that we should offer her the interim role based off of the conversation she was a part of tonight. But if that ends up being the case, I hope that she'll apply for the superintendent role, because I think there's a lot more than what we saw tonight.
Member Agna.
I won't repeat everything you said, Member Levy, but my heart sank a bit tonight. And Janelle, if you're listening, I came in tonight thinking this is who our interim should be. And I don't know if that may still be what's happening, but I'm so glad that Member Seraphy Cox, you asked that, because I agree totally with everything that Member Levy said. It was very moving and heartening and exciting to talk with Dr. Pearson Campbell when we did. And I was extraordinarily happy to think of somebody like her leading our district. And then when I talked with the references, it just reinforced that feeling that I had when we talked with her. And again, all the things that you listed, Member Levy, those are exactly the things that resonated. And the confirmation from one of her references that said she is student-centered. She talked a lot about student voice. And she talked a little bit about it tonight, but she did more in our initial interview. And also what her references said, that she includes students in all of her thinking and all of her ways of doing things. She recognizes what an incredible role model she is. And it isn't BS for her. It's really an honest approach that she has to knowing what role she can play in children's lives, being a woman of color. So I don't know where we're going to go. I agree totally, Member Levy, if it doesn't go that way tonight, but I just see somebody like Dr. Pearson Campbell being a wonderful leader. And thank you, Janelle, if you are listening.
I'll just concur. I won't spend a lot of time, but just concur with what both Member Agna and Member Levy said. This felt very different than the interview that we had with her. And my sense from our sort of smaller, more intimate interview is that she's someone who could sort of move through the different sort of circles and constituencies and groups that a superintendent needs to work in. And in each of those could just sort of wonderfully bring people together and facilitate conversation. And I'm not sure that we really were able to get that from her tonight.
I really, really appreciate hearing from the subcommittee. That was so incredibly helpful. As I said, I felt like in that last question, I felt like I finally began to see who she was. Mm-hmm. And in the reference that Member Agna said about how, she's not afraid to tell her own story and have that connect between her and the people she's talking to. And, when she shared her story of loss and talked about then how that connects with what everyone in our district has lost, because everyone in our district has lost something over the last few years. And so I guess I don't want to overemphasize the interview that she had here tonight, in terms of, it's a much bigger stage. It certainly, in terms of the folks who had their cameras on, was a or not in terms of the folks who had, it's a much larger stage, and I can see how it'd be, I don't know, an intimidating situation. I don't want to discount, the fact that she is whatever interim superintendent we appoint would need to be on this stage on a regular basis. Absolutely. So I'm really grappling with that, I guess, is what I'm saying. But that's maybe also where I'm leaning, especially since it sounds like the more intimate conversation definitely dug deeper.
Thanks. Member Miller.
First of all, I'm glad that Emily asked that question because I similarly had been very impressed with the resume and cover letter and was disappointed because I didn't feel she answered our questions until the end, at which point I also felt much more of a connection. And I'm so grateful to hear from the ad hoc committee of what your impressions were, because that fits the impression that I originally had. So I'm really glad to hear this. And also I felt like she did the best at discussing anti-racial work and addressed biases, and I was really pleased with some of that. And but I was like a little surprised that she didn't answer our questions until the end. But that said, and I was quite impressed with the resume. So I would really like to hear other people's impressions of the other two candidates, and I'd like to hear from the ad hoc committee again about their impressions in their first interview as we discuss the other two, because I don't want to just focus on one. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Gazy.
Thank you. I too was sort of thinking, oh my goodness, this woman is very nervous because she keeps saying the same things, the same punchlines over and over again. But then at the end, when she was allowed to ask a question, and it was a question that opened up almost all of the board, people had responses and people related to her. It made me feel that some of the comments that Member Agna found, that she can diffuse negative situations and she can repair situations. A lot of times my feeling is since I've been watching school committees, which is just like a year, because I started last summer when I started to run, is that, well, with the union or with anything, we tend to get in trouble because sort of things are just automatically taken up to, okay, what's the step for this? What's the step for this? And there's not a lot of talking between the people or mediating before it gets to the level of a complaint, which I think can be done. And this woman seemed pretty good at that. The other two candidates, my feeling was they've both got ample experience, more than enough experience to help us out in an interim. I would not be nervous about them. They're both older than Janelle Pearson Campbell, but I could see, I could see maybe moving forward with somebody who could help us, not just in all the budget or this or that, but in sort of compassion, bringing compassion to the district. That's it.
Thanks, Member Gazy. Member Davis.
Thank you. I had two thoughts. Thought one was I'm concurring with all the comments about Dr. Pearson Campbell. And I'm wondering, with a real acknowledgement of our time constraints, meaning like we need this interim person yesterday kind of constraint. Is there any, should the committee decide we want to ask this? This is just my question of, and is it appropriate? Is it overkill to go back to her and say, this is what happened? This just assuming that, this is what happened. The ad hoc committee thought this. I too was most impressed by her resume and cover letter of all the three, by what she said and how she said it, the style, her experience and everything, to say, and then this is what happened. What do you, is that unprofessional? I'm thinking out loud here. Is that unprofessional? Is that inappropriate to say, what do you think went down? Can you explain, like, we really liked you, but this is what happened. What do you, can you answer this question again for us? Maybe be something more specific of this particular question was really vague and we want to know what you think actually. Could you go back and say those examples again that you said in the smaller interviews? I'm wondering, because I was thinking, oh, this is so vague. Surely she knows, she's been doing this for a very long time. And examples are really helpful to people like us because we're not there. We didn't do a walkthrough of her building or anything. And my other question is, should I hold my thoughts about the other two candidates and we're going to do one at a time, or should I just, do we have a structure of what to say? Because I agree with who just said, Holly, I think, Member Gazy, I think said any of the three, really, I think I felt comfortable with. I was concerned when I read the cover letter and of Dr. Everwine about that it seemed a little like beautifully written, but a bit flip, a bit glib. Maybe I just wasn't in a good mood. I don't know. And I don't think that's what we want. Hearing him, he seems like a really strong leader, and I think the thing that I was most impressed with was when he talked about Pittsfield, and really my sense of like trying to bring back the pride in the school, that whole thing of, no, we're actually great here. This is our history. Like, I thought that was the kind of feel good about where we are. That sounded great. I think that Dr. DeLeo is creative and sincere and smart and capable. And this idea of, she was very direct about looking for a new chapter, and if I do a good job, maybe you'll consider me. I'd love to stay in Northampton. Like, I liked how direct she was about that. That's all I have to say for right now.
Thank you. So to your first question, and Member Levy, maybe you can help me with this. I would guess that it would not be appropriate to only go back to one candidate and offer them an opportunity that the other two don't have. But Member Levy, if you have other additional thoughts, okay. Member Robbins.
I am really confused about the protocol and process we're using. I've actually been a member of several superintendent searches, and there's usually a very structured process in how this conversation happens after candidates are interviewed. And I can see us spending a lot of time sort of being all over the map about this. And I wonder if there's a way to have us be able to do a go round where we talk about each candidate and we each share two things, you know, a plus or a minus, rather than a general impression about what's there. And I'm also going to remind us about our previous conversation, which was, what do we need to have in place while we're looking for a permanent superintendent or a long-term superintendent? So what are the priorities for us in having somebody who can come in and pick up the reins, get our schools started, help us get back on track, and be able to recreate community? And I feel very strongly that that needs to be the focus of what we're talking about for an interim superintendent right now.
And can you start us off and share, like, who do you think I was going to share a very similar thing, but who do you think that person is, or what are the qualities you saw?
Not without us having a process and a protocol. And I don't know who's facilitating this discussion, but it's really a free-for-all. And I think it's in a way kind of inappropriate.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way. We did not have a process set forth to do this. Although we did hiring, I think it was in February, without that sort of process, and there weren't those concerns expressed. So if there is a process you would like to create right now, like you've just outlined, that's fine by me. But then maybe you can start it off.
Just to be quite sincere, Mayor, it's actually you are the facilitator, and that I can't make that decision for the group. I'm just asking, if there isn't a protocol process, would it be appropriate to do that? Or do you feel comfortable as a facilitator having just a free-for-all discussion? And I'm happy to live with that if that's what we want to do, but I'm not sure where we're going to end up with that.
I am perfectly happy to have a more structured process. It's just, as we can only do these things in a public meeting, we were not able to create a process for this. This is our first opportunity together to discuss this part of this. It's been a sort of a struggle. Our ad hoc committee had the same struggles of trying to do sort of these things on the fly. We've had a very short time period to do this. So I think the process that you have laid out sounds solid, and I'd be happy to go with that. And I would be happy to facilitate from this moment on in that way. So if you want to go ahead and share a couple thoughts on each candidate, you can kick us off, and then we'll go through the rest of the committee.
I'm not actually ready to do that yet. Thank you.
Okay, is anyone else ready? First of all, do people want to go with that process? Just give me some nods. I see general agreement, I think. And I saw hands. The hands that I saw are those people who are ready to begin that process. So that's Member Levy, Member Stein. Did you do as well? What about you, Member Seraphy Cox?
Mine was just a very quick comment to say that, of course, none of our decision here tonight would be in any way based on the candidate's age.
Absolutely true. Okay, so Member Levy, if you are ready, do you want to start off?
Yeah, I do. And I just, while I do, I'm seeing chat come through, which we're not actually allowed to have. So I don't know if, Mayor, you want to disable chat now. We only had it enabled so we could share the questions with the candidates so that they could see them as well as hear them. So that would be something you can do.
I had started to do that and then stopped when I was addressed directly. So let me go ahead and do that.
Thanks. So I think I agree that, were this a perfect system or process, I would have wanted us as a committee to have put together a rubric together that named what is it we were looking for in terms of the criteria for somebody in this interim. Short of that, I have my own ideas. I think that we need somebody who is going to bring really strong leadership, who's going to be able to help us make some hard decisions, who's going to really bring experience with budgeting in a challenging time, but also who will be able to listen and heal and form community. There are aspects about all three of the candidates that I think are really fantastic. I agree with folks that I think all three would bring strengths. I think for me, when I think about what I think our district needs, I appreciated, I know we're calling them doctor, but we were calling them by their first names before, and I don't know everybody's last name. And Jake's last name is Everwine. We didn't actually ask him if the W is a well, but I think that to me, Dr. Everwine brings that balance of being approachable, accessible, listening, bridging communities during a challenge. He talked a lot in his first round, I can share, about how he supports principals, but also holds them accountable, how he really ensures we're holding high standards for all of our students. I'm just going back to my notes because we had talked about how Janelle did, and I don't remember her last name. And just to share, Jake scored, I believe, the highest of all of our candidates in the first round. He talked about his first budget as a superintendent was during the 2008 recession. And yet he worked with his admin team, the union, had very collaborative conversations to create priorities and reduction lists. And they were able to really pull through. He talked about the different challenges he's faced at bringing partners together, listening, making hard decisions, finding trusted partners to design solutions, really pulling together folks. He talked about the pipeline program tonight as well. He talked about DEI work as being really important to get beyond the box checking, which a lot of districts do, and I appreciated that. He talked about he would do anything for somebody to be successful, and also that he brings high expectations. So I think for me, he's the one that I feel most confident in, given what we're looking for, what I'm looking for in an interim, in having somebody really help us position us well to be able to bring in a full-time superintendent. I really liked Janelle in the first round. I really do hope she applies to be our superintendent. And I do think, based on tonight, I have less confidence than I did after the first round in her. And for the third, you asked us to say two things about each candidate. For Marlene, I think she brings a lot of experience. I appreciate that she talked about thinking outside the box. In our conversation with her last week, or Tuesday, it felt like last week, she really warmed up at the end as well. And I thought got very personable, and I could really see how she could really lead by example and bring people together. I don't think she would be bad, and I wouldn't be upset if she were our interim. I do want to be clear, though, with her that we're hiring an interim, that we're not hiring a full-time superintendent right now. And I have more confidence in Jake as an interim, given what I saw as his strengths that I've named.
Thank you. Member Stein.
Thank you. It's really helpful to hear your perspectives, and also to hear more from the search committee on the previous conversations, because I think it helps just round out what we heard tonight or add additional context. I'll try to just quickly say a few impressions of the candidates. I have a similar perspective to Member Levy regarding what we're looking for. I think finding someone with a lot of experience who can come in in an interim role to deal with the number of challenges that we have right now, who has a lot of expertise and knows how to navigate those situations is really important. Based on that, I found Dr. Giulio and Dr. Everwine to be more compelling candidates based on their experience as superintendents and in other leadership positions and consulting positions. You know, one of the big, I think, I also lean towards Dr. Everwine for similar reasons that Member Levy mentioned, but I liked his ability to sort of answer questions in really concrete ways while acknowledging the ambiguity and difficulty of the tasks in front of us. So he wasn't giving us sort of canned answers. We could almost, in a sense, see a little bit of his thought process. And I thought in the year ahead that thought process and that expertise that he's drawing on would be beneficial to us. I also really appreciate that he's someone who seems to embrace an interim role and could really help us with the search process as well in an uncomplicated manner. So I thought that could be a strength. I also like that he's able to start relatively soon based on his current contract. That was one of the things I think would be harder for us with Dr. DeLeo. You know, I appreciate that she's in her role and that she certainly wants to give that district the right handoff. So I think that kind of complicates things with our timeline as well. I was also really impressed with Dr. Campbell Pearson. Specifically, like she had a really great answer that hasn't been mentioned regarding what she would do to repair things with the high school. And I thought the type of meetings that she described holding in the summer and the way she described them really communicated a lot of ability to understand what things need to be done to connect with the community, the time scale at which it has to be done, and sort of the priority and the emphasis and the role of superintendent in doing that. So I really liked that. I also really liked her answer at the end. I wish I had heard the first interview because I wasn't as excited about some of the answers that referenced various DESI programs or MCAS scores, or, you know, and I think the more robust answers to those questions would have been really compelling, but I didn't, you know, we didn't get that tonight. I do hope that if she's not selected tonight, that she would consider applying for the full-time position, because you could see someone like that really growing into a superintendent role, you know, based on her experience and her manner and her approach to people. So yeah, I was really grateful to hear from all of them. I think right now, for what we need, these three candidates that Dr. Everwine checks off more of those boxes for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Seraphy Cox, you have your hand up from before, right? Okay, so Member Agna.
I'm glad that we're having this discussion like this. I feel very comfortable with it because I think we do have a lot of shared goals here, even though I think sometimes we do disagree on things. I'm really comfortable with the way we're going about this, and I appreciate having the opportunity to hear everybody's points of view and maybe to organize it a bit so that we aren't going off too much. But I'm glad that we're doing it this way, Mayor. Thank you. I'm really torn because I think all three of these people could do this job. I really do. I think they've all had the experience, and that's why we brought them forward as finalists. And I guess when Member Gazy said about bringing compassion to the floor, it feels like that and healing and recognizing the loss that we've experienced in the last 2 years is really critical. And I was fortunate to hear the references for all candidates, but particularly hearing about Dr. Pearson Campbell and her ability to do that. And I think you're right, Member Stein, and her answer about what to do at the high school. I also was really struck by the idea that she can help people in supervising people of color, because she is one of person of color and has thought about this a lot, having been supervised, I'm sure, by a lot of white people. So I am so torn about the not letting this opportunity go, that something that we've really, really needed in Northampton, because we have such a diverse population of students. We don't have as many adults from various backgrounds that we should be having as role models for our students, but an opportunity to have a leader. And again, I'm not just saying it because she's a person of color. She is a qualified person who has a tremendous amount of skills in areas I think that we're looking for right now. So I'm not sure what else to say, except for I really don't want to lose this opportunity that we have in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Goldman.
Thank you. I was like really felt great about all of the candidates, which is not that surprising. And I would say that I also I liked Dr. DeLeo collaborative approach, conversations around coaching, which is a particular sort of perspective that I really appreciate her bringing to the table, thinking outside the box. And of course, that she's great with budgets, and really impressed with the ways that she's finding money and maximizing funding in the work that she's done, because of her timeline and because of some of the priorities I hear the committee looking for in an interim member, makes me less inclined to put her in the candidate I would vote for to lead. Dr. Eberwein came across as such a mature educator, like a leader who has a great deal of competence and capacity. And I was really impressed with his work. He really checks a lot of the pieces that resonate for me because of just sort of the work I do in the world around. I loved his question about achievement orientation. You know, what are your priorities? What is it? What is sort of on your mind? What's on top for you is really impressive. And the way that he has, positive outlook, very adaptable, at the table, knows what he's doing there, but is including everyone and bringing all the pieces, right? So we're talking about the science and the facts, plus the emotions and the energy of the work. And I think there's a way that he can really bring a nice balance to the district that way and get pieces lined up beautifully. He seems like such a classic interim superintendent. However, I do think that Dr. Pearson Campbell is incredibly impressive. I really appreciate the way she's putting people first and really like, let's build the team. Let's like just get out there and bring people in. And also really find her to have so many of the things that are our long-term goals. And so I'm also really torn between the two of them, but I think that if I were to make a vote, I would start with Dr. Pearson Campbell. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Miller.
Well, that surprised me. So I would say that if I was going with my heart, I would clearly go with Dr. Pearson Campbell. I feel like in terms of our goals about healing, community, bringing people together, kindness and warmth, that's where I'm leaning. I wish I could combine some of the qualities of each of the three and put them in one person. But I have to say that I'm torn also because while did not respond favorably to Dr. Eberhein's cover letter. I found him much more personable in person. And I think he may have both. I clearly think he has the skill and the experience. I think he has that think outside the box thing. Really appreciated that. I appreciated that he has direct experience and ability to work with all socioeconomic classes, because I think Northampton is diverse, not just racially and ethnically, but also socioeconomically. And I really appreciated that part. So I have to say, I agree with Gwen that I would not want to let the opportunity go with Dr. Pearson Campbell, but perhaps she could be encouraged to apply to the full superintendent job. But I'm torn between those two, and that's clearly where I stand. Torn.
Thank you, Member Miller. Member Robbins.
Thank you. I'm trying to be really mindful of the fact that we are actually hiring an interim superintendent. And if that's changed, then that's a different discussion. So for me, the criteria that we're looking for right now is someone who is who's present and happy to do that. Says, okay, I'm going to come and help you out for this period of time while you're looking for a really great long-term superintendent. And I thought that Dr. Pearson Campbell certainly has the potential for being a wonderful long-term candidate. And I guess I feel as though the message that I would want to give to her is, we hope very much that you will keep us in mind as we begin that process, which hopefully we will be doing relatively soon. I don't think that we've set any kind of a limit on how long we will have an interim. If we did find a long-term superintendent that in a more rapid process, hopefully she would still be one of the people that we interview, but we actually haven't done that. And we haven't interviewed other wonderful people as well. So keeping our eyes open on that and our thoughts forward, to me, is very different than what our job is at hand. And I agree with everything that people said before, and I'm not going to repeat it. Her big picture was great. And there's a lot to do. And I think she had a lot of insight into some challenges that are in front of us and ways that we would need to go forward. But, and Dr. DeLeo has that experience as well. She's worked in 2 pretty tough districts, and she has clearly been able to pull things together and to make things work. And I thought she was quite impressive as well. But I was discouraged that her start date would be confused. And I don't want to do that to another district, because that's what's just happened to us. I feel very uncomfortable with that. Dr. Eberwein, I felt ticked all the boxes. And the thing that best worked for me was where he said, I think he is collaborative. He's congenial. He has an open door. He's very experienced, but he gets it that we're rolling up our sleeves to do this tremendous amount of work, that we are asking someone to come in right now and get us through this very difficult window that's in front of us. We have a lot of hurdles to get through. And my level of comfort with having him come and help us through that next phase is, I feel really comfortable with it. And I would have still questions about whether or not the other 2 candidates shared that vision, and we're in that place. I will echo what Member Stein said, is I'm very uncomfortable at this point with a reliance on our next steps being based on looking at the kind of data that's testing data. That's how we're assessing kids, when really what we're assessing kids for right now is their mental health and their happiness and their engagement and learning in the classroom. And he is the only candidate that I heard really address that. So I guess I would feel like I would love us to be able to extend a very warm and heartfelt invitation to Dr. Pearson Campbell to stay with us and to be part of those future conversations. But to get the work done right now, I feel as though Dr. Eberwein would be my choice.
Thank you, Member Robbins. I will quickly share some thoughts sort of similarly about Dr. Eberwein. You know, I think he brings a level of experience and comfort with tough situations that feels comforting right now. I feel like he was the only candidate that seems to be viewing this as a reset, and that his role would be as someone who would come in, deal with some tough issues, and create sort of a stable platform for a permanent superintendent. And I'm not, I think that, you know, maybe maybe we're not all on the same page on what we think this next interim period should be. But I think that that would be a really valuable thing. And it takes a certain kind of person, but also someone who is very clear about that role. You know, Dr. DeLeo, sort of similarly, I feel like we got more specific examples from her, and she told more stories that really gave a better sense of herself and her style during the interviews that the ad hoc committee had. And, you know, two things I wanted to note about that is that she talked about liking to really roll up her sleeves and jump into help and always being part of a solution. So she was like, you know, yeah, I will, if I walk by and the central office phone is ringing and no one else is around, I'm going to answer it. And people are always shocked, but of course I'm going to answer it. I'm going to, you know, she talked about picking up, like walking through the cafeteria, and if she saw wrappers on the ground, picking them up or getting a broom. And also how those actions caught people's eye and brought about change or reaction sometimes in students. So a student would see her pick up a piece of paper and then they would say like, oh, Dr. DeLeo, like, let me help you with that. Or do you need me to take that somewhere? So those kind of little things where she was really anything that needed to be done, she was happy to jump in and do it. And I really appreciated that about her. She also told a great example about this math award that had been given in elementary schools that a large amount of the kids were getting, and they were proud of it and their parents were proud of it. And this was kind of a great thing, but then they would get to the next stage in middle school and their grades would drop. And she had to take a long, hard look at whether like that award was really indicative of the level that they had learned and achieved, and had to have some tough conversations and really make some adjustments there, even though that was something that was sort of really valued, but she needed to be realistic about what it meant and how she could help the students really get to the level and proficient in what they needed, and not just sort of have this badge that they had achieved something that perhaps they weren't. It wasn't really an example of where they were. So I just wanted to share those two examples that, I feel like we didn't get those kind of specifics necessarily tonight from her. One other, I feel like I talked about Dr. Pearson Campbell a bit. There was one other thing I wanted to mention that I really enjoyed about our interview with her, which is she talked about this tonight a bit, about going, like she will go into schools and you will see her and she'll be around, but she had this really great line about talking about how each building, while she's would be very present, each building is the principal's house or that administration's house, and you need to know how to enter their house. And you need to do that with respect, and you can be supportive and you should be visible, but you also need to acknowledge that this is their place and where they do their work, and you need to be respectful in that relationship as well, which is something that I really appreciated. So those are just a few sort of additional things I thought I would share with you all, but I'm just really grateful we have these really strong three candidates, but it's a tough choice. Okay.
Sorry, Mayor, did you, if I lost it in all of that, did you have a candidate that you're kind of leaning toward?
I would say I agree. I don't know if this is a realistic thing to ask of someone. I agree that I think Dr. Pearson Campbell would be someone who would be great to be a permanent superintendent and someone that could kind of grow and shape the district with us. I don't know if that's a realistic thing to ask someone to kind of go along with this journey for the next year with us or not. And so I'm reluctant to let her go, but you know, I really think for me, there's something very attractive about Dr. Eberwein being someone who views himself as coming in, resetting, helping us move past some challenges and tackle some tough things in the next year. And he brings a lot of experience to that and setting up for success the next permanent person. Okay, folks. Oh, Member Levy.
It's hard to tell who got our hand up first there. Just hearing everybody, and I think I have a sense of where the majority is, but I don't know. I would like to make a motion that we enter into negotiations with Dr. Eberwein.
Second.
Motion's made by Dr. Levy, seconded, I'm sorry, by Member Levy, seconded by Member Stein, and Member Levy's cat. Discussion on the motion on the floor. Member Levy, is your hand up to, okay. Okay. Oh, Member Server Cox.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say that I think I am leaning in that direction too, and I think that I will vote yes on this motion, and with as much struggle as the many of the other members have expressed about yeah, like I'm just thinking about all of the ways in which we could benefit from Dr. Pearson Campbell's strengths in the long run. So that's my.
Thank you. Member Davis.
I guess we won't know this for sure unless he is asked. But I guess I'm wondering if anybody else had the same. By the time Dr. is it Eberwein, if we're gonna, I'll go with that pronunciation for right now. I got the impression right towards the end that he wasn't positive that he could do it, or this is maybe too strong to say, like could take it or leave it, like he just threw his hat in the ring. Like I even though he's a tremendously capable person, and I was very impressed with his answers and his approach. I want somebody to wanna come here and do this, because it's gonna be a lot. I mean, I think that any superintendent job is gonna be a lot, but we have our work cut out for us. And this person, we need them to really want to be here. And I don't know if that was just my gut overthinking the worry about this choice, the importance of this choice, but I didn't know if, I'm just putting that out there. I don't know if anybody else had that feeling.
Thanks, Member Stein.
Sorry, I'm thinking about Member Davis's question, and I certainly, when I read the cover letter too, sensed a certain, I don't know if you described it as pithiness or sort of felt like maybe flip in a way. But hearing him answer questions today, it really kind of got a sense of his personality. And I then thought about that letter differently. And I definitely appreciated at the beginning how forthright he was about this sort of being a transition moment for his family. And I thought the way he described sort of where he was and where his family was, that it made sense why he would be interested in this role, and also sort of the way in which he approaches taking on these roles where he's really solving a problem and moving something forward. So to me, after the interview, why he would be interested made a lot of sense to me. So, but I did have sort of the reaction you had to the materials, and it took me sort of going through that interview to get a sense of his personality and change the way I guess I saw it. But the reason I raised my hand was just to say that I don't think it's bad or unusual for a search like this for the committee to provide feedback to candidates who weren't selected that would encourage them to stay interested. I think it signals to them that we found them appealing potentially as a full-time person, but that we're looking for someone in an interim role, and sort of that criteria is different, right? I don't think that's inappropriate. And I also think that while I think many of us fell in love with the idea of Dr. Pearson Campbell as a full-time superintendent, that we haven't gone through that search yet, and we don't know who else we may meet along the way and what conditions and stuff will change, or where she will even be at. So, but I think it's really appropriate for us to provide feedback and encouragement to folks to consider us, especially if we really find them compelling, which it seems like we all did. So, whether or not that's how any of this turns out, I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. Any further discussion to the motion on the floor? Okay. Seeing none, I believe. Annie, roll call, please.
Member Gazy.
Oh, rats, I knew I'd be first. Well, I guess I'll vote. Is this a yes, no? This is a yes for Dr. Eberwein, right?
Right, that's the motion on the floor.
So
Holly, you've muted.
I said, I guess it'll be yes, but my heart is really with Dr. Pearson Campbell, and I do hope she will reapply for the permanent job.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Stein.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Miller.
Yes, with the same caveat. I hope that we can give feedback to Dr. Pearson Campbell.
Member Goldman.
No.
Member Agna.
Yes.
Member Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Shara.
Yes.
and Member Robbins.
Yes.
Vote is 9 in favor.
Okay, thank you. And thank you very, very sincerely to the 3 candidates. It was truly a very strong group, and it was a real privilege to spend that time with you. Okay, so now that we have done that, the next part of the agenda is to enter into executive session. So would someone like to make a motion to enter into executive session?
I'm happy to do it. I just need to pull the agenda up, if you'll bear with me.
Sure.
Make sure I get the right one. Okay. Motion to enter executive session. Request to enter executive session under Massachusetts General Law, Open Meeting, Chapter 30A, Section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, or to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel in Section 21, excuse me, A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body and the chair so declares.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Member Levy, I think. The chair does so declare, and I want it to be known, we will be adjourning from executive session, so we will not be coming back into open session. So everyone who joined us tonight for this discussion, thank you so much for doing so. And we will say goodnight to you now.
Okay.
Mayor, would you like me to call the roll?
Yes, and Layla will be joining us, so she's coming in now.
Okay, thank you. Member Seraphy Cox?
Yes.
Member Stein?
Yes.
Member Levy?
Yes.
Member Miller?
Yes.
Member Goldman?
Yes.
Member Agna?
Yes.
Member Davis?
Yes.
Mayor Shara?
Yes.
Member Robbins?
Yes.
And Member Gazy.
Yes.
Okay, we're in executive session, but hold on, there are a few more folks that are still here.